Test, 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 test. Oh, my bad. Okay. Off to a good start today. Didn't realize I hadn't hit the right button on OBS, so I've been talking for a couple minutes, and it hasn't been getting through. But no big deal, I was just saying hi. So, hello, Ahart. It's good to see you. How you doing? How's your week been? Have you gotten up to anything fun over the past few days? We'll be continuing our discussion of Multiversal Naruto today. I do have a little bit of cough, so I've made some tea, and as soon as it's, cooled down a little bit, I'll drink that, and then hopefully that'll be the end of it. That was the case with the Dark Souls 2 stream on Thursday as well. Just those allergies keep acting up or whatever it is. But once I had a little bit of tea, I was able to calm down and could actually talk, which is sort of important for these streams. So, that being said, let me just check the talk back real quick, and then we can get started. Seems like it's coming through okay. Okay, so, for folks who are new, welcome. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. Today we're going to be talking about the concept of Multiversal Naruto. If you're not familiar, the concept of the idea is that a character in Naruto, possibly multiple characters, are capable of multiversal feats, which is an extension of a universal feat. And a universal feat means that they can output enough energy to either create or destroy a universe that is equivalent in size to ours. So for power scaling terminologies, we use, or the purposes of power scaling battles rather, we use terms like multi-continental and planetary and mountain level and city block level to describe tiers of power the characters can output energy in. Now, of course, city blocks, mountains, planets, galaxies, all of those things can exist in a variety of different shapes and sizes and magnitudes and contents and all that. So we agree upon standards, like a quote-unquote mountain, a standard mountain, is a mountain that fits a particular shape and size, and if a character can blow up something that is at least that shape and size, then we consider them to be mountain level. Blowing up any old mountain doesn't necessarily make you mountain level. It may, as long as the mountain fits those requirements. And also, you can blow up something that's not technically, definitionally a mountain, as long as it is the same overall size and it requires the same overall energy output as the standard mountain, then you would still be considered mountain level by that definition. So a character who is universal can output enough energy to either create or destroy or produce the equivalent effect, the equivalent amount of energy that it would take to, say, destroy the universe. The scale of the universe is also something that's pretty mind-boggling. And we looked up yesterday, or last stream rather, how many black holes there are in our known observable universe, and the current estimate is something like 4 or 40 quintillion. So keeping in mind that, to destroy a universe, you have to have the energetic capacity to output enough energy to destroy, first of all, 4 quintillion black holes or 40 quintillion black holes, and then you can move on to the planets and the suns and everything else, right? It is a very, very difficult amount of energy for us to keep in our heads. I don't think human cognition is really great at grappling with numbers that big. But that being said, that's the sort of scale that we're talking about here. So if we say Naruto is a multiversal character, or even just universal, let's stick with universal, right? We're suggesting that Naruto, through some means, either through an attack or an act of creation or something like that, one way or another, he is capable of outputting, at minimum, the energy required to destroy 4 quintillion black holes. So, that is just something I want us to keep in the back of our heads as we proceed through the discussion. This discussion, this video series, these streams are in large part a response to content by the YouTuber Noodles, particularly this video, Multiversal Naruto. So we're going to be going through his video, and why is John Oliver in his video? Oh, it's because he's up next in my queue. Good, that's setting just a nice chill tone for the video. But anyway, so that's the idea, is that we're going to be going through his video, listening to his points and responding to them. Not to be harsh, not to be too much of a douchebag or anything, but I do have a lot of problems with this video, as you've probably heard from my previous streams. My biggest gripe is just that the way the information is being presented, I don't think is entirely honest. At the very least, it's misguided, and there's some misinformation that's being spread, in my opinion, and I think I can kind of demonstrate that as we go through. In particular, I found, this is my best guess. This might not be 100% true, so just like big asterisks just in case, benefit of the doubt. But we were looking at some translations or some quotes from the Momoshiki, aka the Boruto novel last time, and found that the quotes were not reflective of the translation that was done, and it seemed like somebody had taken the translation from somebody else, and then they had modified the translation to fit their agenda, essentially, and then represented that without linking back to the original creator. And so that's obviously something, especially when you're aware that folks will take commissions and accept money in order to make some of these videos. I don't know if Noodles did for this video, but the collab video that he did on Multiversal Naruto with Seth the programmer, Seth took a big chunk of money for that. So once money is involved, once people are actually giving up their hard-earned money to sponsor videos like this, if the videos themselves include taking other people's work and modifying it and then not giving them credit, it's pretty, that stuff I hope we can all agree on at least is pretty scummy, and shouldn't be done. But that being said, the topics are interesting ones, the terms are interesting. We're going to talk about a lot of things that I hope people will find engaging. We're going to talk about the Sage of Six Paths, about the 10 Tails, about Kaguya and all that stuff, because to really understand this topic, I think we have to go pretty broad and pretty deep on a few things. So hopefully folks will find that fun. It's going to be a fairly focused stream, but of course, if you have any questions or suggestions as to other topics you want to look into, we can go on little tangents and we can continue to keep the conversation fluid. I'm hoping to get to about this point in the video today. My goal is to get us to the point where he starts talking about the Boruto movie and the Road to Ninja and stuff like that, because next time I want to go through that supplementary material and talk about whether or not it's canon. I have scans and stuff that are prepared. I think it'll be better to kind of focus on that stuff separately, and then we can just talk about the general multiversal arguments over the course of the stream. Happy Mother's Day, by the way, to anybody out there who might be celebrating with your mom. Hope you're having a good day. Hope your families are enjoying some nice times together. Hey Saria, hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks again for your help narrowing down those definitions. I know I probably haven't done a perfect job by any means of representing the astrophysics topics, but it was still, very helpful to have that insight into what these terms mean and how they're used. And of course, if I say anything that feels off kilter to you as I'm going through this, feel free to, not to put you on the spot or anything, but feel free to chime in and let me know if you agree with the way that I'm using the terms. I don't want to be confusing the issue further. Well, so before we kick off, one thing I want to do is I want to bring up the chart that I had from last time and on the side, and then I want to do timestamps. I keep saying that and then I never do. I actually try to do it this time. So the 2:15. Okay. So I'm sorry, I still have that shitty cough from Thursday, but I made tea in advance this time, so hopefully I won't have to take a break in the middle of it. I appreciated the discussion during the Dark Souls 2 stream as well. We're getting close. We're probably going to wind up wrapping up Multiversal Naruto and the Dark Souls 2 main playthrough around the same time, which is kind of cool. Okay, so we're going to be picking up where we left off at the 7-minute 30 second-ish mark from Noodle's video. Before we do that, though, since we're going to be talking about Hagoromo and the 10 Tails and stuff like that, I think it'd be useful to just do a very quick overview of some of the statements that we get for both of those characters from the chapters. We'll start with Hagoromo, and then we can listen to the video a little bit and then go back and look at the 10 Tails as well. But the idea here is that we want to try and get an understanding of the relationship between the Ten Tails and the God Tree and Kaguya and the Otsutsuki and all that, because it can be kind of confusing, and we're kind of given a few different versions of these characters and how they relate to one another and all that stuff. So largely speaking, and forgive the actually no, I kind of wanted to say like forgive how nerdy this is, but hopefully it will be informative. Hopefully it won't be boring. So no forgiveness should be needed, but bear with me a second because I know we're looking at charts and not manga panels. But basically, if you're not too familiar with Naruto's story and you're not you're a little confused as to the difference between the God Tree and the Ten Tails and Kaguya and Hagoromo and all that, we can just go through very briefly and describe how these characters are presented. So early in Naruto, we hear about this character called the Sage of Six Paths, right? Hagoromo. The way the Sage of Six Paths is presented is he's just sort of this demigod figure who created all ninjutsu and then spread the ninjutsu throughout the world. When Nagato shows up, he has the Rinnegan, and people think that he's the second coming of the Sage of Six Paths. He's his reincarnation. He's the new version of him. He's the Sage of Six Paths come back to life. And that's all we're told early on. Then later on, we're told a couple of other things. Eventually, we are introduced to the idea that there are actually two characters who have Rinnegan, Hagoromo and Hamura, and they're brothers. And at a certain point in history, they fought this thing called the Ten Tails. And the Ten Tails was just assumed to be like this crazy rampaging monster that was going all over the place and destroying things. It was described as being able to generate natural disasters with the flicks of its tail. It was described as drinking up the oceans and splitting the land and stuff like that, right? And so Hagoromo and Hamura fight this thing called the Ten Tails. They seal the body of the Ten Tails in the moon, and they seal chakra inside of Hagoromo. So Hagoromo becomes the first ever Jinchuriki. He takes all the chakra from the Ten Tails, puts it inside himself, and then they seal the body of the Ten Tails in the moon. Then Hagoromo uses this technique, which we'll talk about on stream, called the creation of all things. And this is what he uses to split up all of the chakra from the Ten Tails and create the nine-tailed beast, the Biju. So as a quick recap, Hagoromo and Hamura fight the Ten Tails. Hagoromo takes the Ten Tails chakra into his body, puts the body of the Ten Tails itself into the moon, and then he is the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and then he splits up the chakra from the Ten Tails using the creation of all things to make the nine-tailed beast. That's what we know at at this given point. However, it's still not really explained where the Ten Tails comes from and how it relates to the God Tree. Hagoromo thinks that the God Tree is upset because somebody stole its chakra. And so the God Tree, basically every once in a while, it will produce this fruit. The fruit is very, very powerful, and if you consume it, you get a lot of chakra. And he thinks that somebody stole the fruit, and so the God Tree essentially got pissed and broke off a piece of itself. And that piece that broke off was called the Ten Tails. And the Ten Tails runs around and tries to get its chakra back, right? He doesn't really talk to us much about Kaguya. He does a little bit, but we don't really learn about Kaguya until later when Black Setsu starts to fill us in. So what Black Setsu says is that the God Tree is sent to Earth, and it sucks up people's chakra, and it produces a fruit. Now, normally, you're not supposed to touch the fruit. It's forbidden. But Kaguya decides, I'm going to eat this fruit for myself and consume it and become powerful. And then she basically becomes a deity. She rules the world by kind of oppressing it and suppressing it and becomes, like almost like a folkloric hero deity type character. Now, eventually, Kaguya has Hagoromo and Hamura. These are her children. And those children, Hagoromo and Hamura, the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, wind up inheriting some of her chakra. So when she gives birth to Hagoromo and Hamura, they take some of her chakra, and then she gets pissed and she wants it back. So what she does in order to get her chakra back is she merges with the God Tree. She merges with the thing that originally gave her chakra and becomes this thing called the Ten Tails. And then the Ten Tails, which is Kaguya plus the God Tree, runs around trying to get her chakra back and then has the battle with Hagoromo and Hamura. And then all of that is what we're told by Black Setsu. And then Boruto comes in, and Boruto tells us a slightly different version of things. So what Boruto seems to be telling us is that there's this clan of, let's call them aliens. They're humanoids. They're basically very similar to humans, but they're technically aliens. And the way that they their reproductive cycle or their cycle of inheritance or whatever works like this. They want to get powerful. They want to extend their life and basically achieve eternal life, eternal youth. And the way they do that is they go around the universe and they find planets that have life on them, and then they send seeds to the planets, and those seeds are god tree seeds, right? Now, I think I have to look into this a little bit more, but I think the seeds themselves are tentales, right? When they show up on Earth, they are not just like these little seeds that you put in the dirt or something like that. They are tentales. They sent tentales, and there are multiple tentales in the universe, right? So they send them to a planet. The tentales runs around for a little while, and then eventually turns into a tree. The idea is that the tree will then suck up all the chakra, all the life force, or rather all the natural energy from the world, and produce a chakra fruit. When the chakra fruit is ready to go, the lower ranked Otsutsuki member, oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. So the chakra tree, fuck, this is so complicated. The god tree will suck up all the chakra on the planet, okay? When it's ready, 2 Otsutsuki will find the planet and come down and check out the tree. One of the Otsutsuki will be a high-ranking member, and one of them will be a low-ranking member. The high-ranking member will take the lower-ranking member, and the lower-ranking member will sacrifice themselves by, like, getting absorbed by the tree, and this produces a chakra fruit. Then the higher-ranking member will eat the chakra fruit and can make those little pills that Momoshiki eats out of the tree. And so, again, like, they send the seed to the planet, the seed becomes the tree sucks up the chakra, the lower-ranking member is sacrificed to the tree, the higher-ranking member eats the chakra and gets super powerful. Now, when they do this to Earth, it's Kaguya and Ishiki who are the Otsutsuki members who try to set this up on Earth, right? They send the Tentail seed to Earth, it becomes a tree, it sucks up chakra, then Ishiki and Kaguya show up on Earth, and Ishiki wants to sacrifice Kaguya and become strong. Kaguya says absolutely fucking not, nearly kills Ishiki, like mortally wounds him, and she takes the fruit for herself. And then the reason why she's building up an army of white Zetsu is she expects that someday the Otsutsuki are going to come try to get her and sacrifice her, and so she needs to be ready with an army when that happens. So, all of this is just to demonstrate that there is a culture, there's a society, there is a hierarchy of people who are engaged in a cycle of, like, absorbing energy, consuming the energy, and then continuing that as part of their development. That Kaguya is a part of that cycle. She was born into that clan and participated in that cycle. She eventually decided, actually, fuck this, I want to get out of the cycle. And so she does so by taking the chakra that was supposed to go to Ishiki. She then merges with the Tentails, with the god tree, after losing some of her chakra, and tries to get it back. Goes on a rampage. Hagoromo and Hamura, the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, defeat it, absorb the chakra, and Hagoromo then becomes the Tentails Jinchuriki, and then uses creation of all things to divide them up, and is then known as the Sage of Six Paths and the progenitor of chakra, because he then, like, teaches people Ninshu, which is the progenitor of ninjutsu. All that is just to say that all of this shit is happening in a universe that already exists, right? Like, these characters are born into a universe, the universe already functions, the universe already has rules and timeline and stuff like that, and then they engage in these actions. So as we start to go through the chapters and talk about, like, the Sage of Six Paths being a deity, or the Tentails creating the universe, or stuff like that, just keep that in mind, that this is all happening after the creation of the universe. Ah, yes, the legendary chakra fuck. Yeah, I mean, basically, like, Kaguya engaged in some chakra fuck, and this led to her having chakra children, and her chakra children stole her chakra, so she got chakra pissed and went on a chakra rampage to unchakra fuck herself. That's basically the story of Naruto. Okay, so with that being said, let's start off by looking at the statement about Hagoromo from chapter 373. It's one of the first mentions and images we get of the Sage of Six Paths. I think technically it's mentioned earlier in part 1. I couldn't find that scan. I'll have another look after the stream. It's the first one I could find. And this is Jiraiya saying that the Rinnegan, right, was the most noble of the 3 great ocular jutsu. And it originated with the Sage of Six Paths, said to be the father of all shinobi. It is touted that the Rinnegan eye possessing sage, developed all the jutsu known to this day. So far he's being presented to us as like the ultimate shinobi, the progenitor of shinobi, basically like a hero of folklore, like a demigod or something like that. And now he goes on to say, rumored to always appear when the world becomes corrupt, capable of being both a godlike force of creation and an all-obliterating instrument of destruction. I always thought it was a myth. No one could really possess Rinnegan. So Jiraiya has heard about this story that's kind of been passed down as part of like legend and folklore and mythology within this world. At this point, he doesn't actually know if it's true. In fact, he thinks it's not. He thinks it's just a story. And the legend, the reputation associated with it is that Hagoromo potentially, which, by the way, we don't even know his name at this point. We don't know that he's an Otsutsuki or anything like that, because this is like way before the war even starts. The way that he's perceived is just as being somebody who will descend on the world in times of struggle and conflict and will decide to judge the world. It's vaguely similar to I guess Christian beliefs of the end times, right? Like there will be a judgment day, and a deific figure will come to Earth and use their massive power to decide what to do with the world that's corrupt and in conflict. So this is all should be viewed as part of the, I guess, like historic tradition and mythological tradition of the universe at this point in the story. Sorry says, the moral of this Mother's Day story, don't have children, they will betray. Yes, pretty much. I didn't even think about how perfect that is for like a Mother's Day discussion. I had to find that panel where Kaguya is like, where she's like cradling her children and says, yeah, by the way, I hate you both, you belong to me. See if I can find it in a second here. Weird. Tell me that this site is still up. Uh-oh. That's unfortunate. Huh. It looks like chapter 681 is missing. That kind of sucks. And 670. Ooh, okay, it might be the case that Weeb Central is down. Like, I have all this stuff preloaded, but if that's the case, I'm going to somewhat limit my ability to review the scans. I really should just have like a local scan copy of all this stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna try not to actually tab between the scans too much, if that's the case. Maybe we'll try again later and see if it just comes back. Wonder if it just got down temporarily. But yeah, so that's our introduction to Hagoromo there. I think there's another statement over here as well. So this is from chapter 446. This is when, what's this? Oh, use Manga Park, says Howard Brahma. Okay, I'll try that out. 1 second. Oh, cool. Oh, do they actually have the Japanese scans as well? That'd be awesome. But either way, was that it? Hang on. I gotta be careful, I think, about... I gotta be careful about what I click while I'm here. Oh, but that's cool. They get the side stories. That'll be useful, too. Nice. All right. Yeah, thank you for the recommendation here. Let me see. I think it was... Yeah, is it Kaguya's Tears? I'm failing. Oh, here. Okay. Oh, I think these are the original like fan translations, right? Yeah, but this is the thing I was thinking of. We should go over this anyway because it's like Hagoromo and Hamuro stuff. But yeah, what a perfect. Oh, it's undergoing maintenance. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you letting me know. Well, thankfully, I have like quite a few of the chapters that I want to talk about preloaded. But I appreciate this backup, Howard. It's very helpful. Yeah, what a perfect panel to start to start off with for Mother's Day. Okay, so that being said, here is Nagato talking about his awakening of the Rinnegan, I believe. Let's see. I think he says something about the Sage of Six Paths, but not sure. gonna scan through this real quick. Wonder if the solution lay with my Rinnegan. I think he was talking about the linking power. Oh yeah, here we go. So here's how Hagoromo is described by Jiraiya around the same time period, but this is like 100 chapters or so later for us as readers. He says, one day a mysterious monk appeared. He was the first to discover the workings of chakra. He tried to lead the world toward peace. It is said he traveled across the world preaching Ninshu, the shinobi creed. Time passed and Ninshu came to be called ninjutsu. Ninjutsu started out not as weapons, but as teachings meant to help humans achieve peace. That monk was known as the Sage of Six Paths. He was considered the savior of the world, and like you, he possessed the Rinnegan. I am he who shall bring peace and order. Those were said to be the sage's words. And I think he believed there would come a time when people truly understood each other or one another and lived in harmony. Perhaps you are a reincarnation of the sage. I just get the feeling that the sage's hopes were bestowed upon your eyes. So, again, 100 chapters later, Hagoromo is not being described as like some weird alien who's descended from Earth after creating the universe itself or anything like that. Right? He is a monk. He was a human being, as far as Jiraiya knows, that discovered chakra and figured out how to use chakra and then used it to bring peace and to connect people together. So that's important to recognize, is that all the myths and the folklore associated with Hagoromo describe him as somebody who discovered chakra, who learned how to work it, and then spread it as a tool of keeping peace. He was very powerful, but he was not actually like a god of destruction or anything like that. He didn't create the universe either. He was a person who came across this mysterious force and learned to wield it for the benefit of mankind. So just keep that in mind as we start to go back to the video. Go to the top of the page. Okay. Oh, did you mean the top of the page here? Let me see. Chapters. Oh, they have different image servers here too. Oh, this is great for backup. Yeah. Nice. Cool. And I'm guessing this adds like an SFW filter if you're concerned about the more ecchi stuff coming up. That's good. I like this. Okay, cool. Kabuto then says, Saria then says, Kabuto, I'm the closest to the Sage of Six Paths, still needs glasses to see. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I think the, didn't it turn out that the glasses are actually, like, completely useless? Like, they don't do anything. They have no corrective lenses or anything. They're just, like, a keepsake from his mom, or his adopted mother. A lot of good mom-related stuff today. It's kind of a nice coincidence. Let's see. I think there is something here as well. Scan through real quick. Oh yeah, here we go. So this is chapter 462, and this is when Obito shows up around the time of the 5 Kage Summit, and he wants to talk to Naruto. And so they're having a little conversation while he's wrapped up. Of course, you can leave at any time. But now he's talking about the cycle of hatred and the story of the Sage of Six Paths. So, Obito here says, a curse of hatred that began with the father of Shinobi, the Sage of Six Paths. Again, Kakashi thinks that the Sage of Six Paths is also just a myth. He doesn't think that it's real. And with regards to the Rinnegan, he doesn't think that the Rinnegan is actually a sign of divinity. He thinks it is a random mutation. It's basically like you have a small % chance if you're an Uchiha or something like that, or I guess in Nagato's case, in Uzumaki, to just wind up with these super powerful eyes, right? So, Obito, as Madara says, Mother's Day glasses, yep, May 11th vision. Myths are, oh yeah, like you've heard, I'm sure there's some joke that someone more clever than me could make about like 2020 vision versus 511 vision. Anyway, myths are often based on truth, since Obito says. Long ago, the Sage of Six Paths clarified Shinobi Creed and attempted world peace. His end came before he could fulfill his dream. The sage bequeathed his will and teachings to his two children. The older son had been born with the sage's eyes, the Rinnegan, granting him chakra powers and mental energy. He knew strength was necessary for peace. The younger son had been born with the sage's body, granted with stamina and physical energy, and he knew love was necessary for peace. So this is important, right? Because later on we're going to be talking about how different characters and different abilities tap into the contradictory forces of the universe. There's a few statements to the effect that when two forces that oppose each other work together in harmony, that gives rise to all things. And I think some people are confused and think that that means that, you know, Hagoromo, since he can wield the principles of, like, techniques that are powered by the principles of creation or something like that, then he can manipulate like literally everything in the universe. That's not quite what that's saying. It's more like it's more a statement of, if everything in the universe ultimately is connected to, empowered by, or has running through it the principle of contradictory forces, and this is kind of embodied by these two characters, like, you know, the physical and the spiritual, the light and the dark, or the light and the shadow, strength and love, physicality versus like spirituality or mental power. Even chakra itself, from like chapter 1, is established, or actually it's not explained until a little later, but you know what I mean. Since part 1 is established as being composed of the physical and the ethereal, I guess is one way you could put it. So yeah, Indra and Ashura are the inheritors of that duality, and the idea is that if they work together, they can accomplish anything. But that doesn't mean that they're like universal in the power scaling sense. Then he goes on to describe their legacy of hatred, their rivalry, you know, rage, love, those contradicting forces. He's pretending to be Madara, and talks about his fight with Hashirama. Okay, so yep, that's the thing I wanted to kind of go over there, is that people still consider the Rinnegan to be like a folkloric thing, and also they regard the contradictory forces as embodied by characters as opposed to being things that you can wield to destroy the whole universe or something. Howard says, time to discuss Kushina since it's Mother's Day. Same with Hinata and even Kurenai. Yep, I'm happy to I'm happy to continue supporting the multiversal Kushina agenda that who was it? Was it Kona was helping to establish? I'm here for that. Those chains just tearing apart the cosmos. So continuing with our Hagoromo discussion, and we're kind of getting to the point where we'll be hopping over to the video soon. I just wanted to make sure I established this as thoroughly as possible. And so Obito in chapter 467 is declaring war on the 5 Kage Summit. And he says, there's an ancient stone tablet passed down within the Uchiha clan. It still exists in a room underneath Konoha. Did I already say chapter 467? Anyway, upon it are written secrets engraved by the Sage of Six Paths himself. They cannot be read without ocular powers. With the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Rinnegan respectively, more and more knowledge is progressively revealed. And then, of course, Onoki says, your tale is becoming progressively fantastical, the Sage of Six Paths, right? So even at chapter 467, everybody here kind of believes the Sage of Six Paths to be like a mythological figure and are pretty skeptical about his existence. But of course, Obito says he did exist and he left this stone tablet behind. You know why he came to be a legendary figure that is revered like a god of shinobi. That is where the link between that man and my purposes lies. So the sage once saved the world from a certain monster. Gaara, you once held merely one piece of that monster sealed inside you. He was the aggregate of all of the Biju, an existence that possessed almost infinite chakra. 10 tails. Okay. So again, notice that he says almost infinite and not infinite, which is important. And also that he's speaking of this creature that he's never really actually interacted with in a hyperbolic sense while talking to the summit of people here. But let's continue. Just keep it in context, like keep in mind the context that quote-unquote Madara here is telling to the world. So here's Hagoromo facing off against the Ten Tails. Who's an aggregate of all of the Biju. The 9 current Biju from 1 to 9 tails are merely creatures containing 10 tails chakra split up by the Sage of Six Paths, and the Sage of Six Paths developed a certain ninjutsu in order to protect the world from 10 tails, and that ninjutsu is still being secretly passed down to this day. It is the sealing process of Jinchuriki. The Sage was 10 tails Jinchuriki. He sealed 10 tails within himself to suppress the monster. Again, this is probably all fairly common knowledge at this point, but I think it's important to establish, especially since we're going to have to like reference this stuff anyway because it comes up in the video, right? So for saving humanity, the Sage was revered like a god. But the Sage feared that upon his death, the seal would come undone and 10 tails immense chakra would re-emerge. So in his final moments, the Sage of Six Paths used the strength of his With the last of his strength to partition Ten-Tails' chakra into 9 pieces and scatter them all across the world, he sealed away the chakraless body of the monster and hurled it into the sky, and it became the moon. As Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, the Sage of Six Paths, had already advanced beyond the realm of humanity. That's probably true. And so, yeah, he wants to become the Ten-Tails and use a super genjutsu to put everybody in the world under his spell, essentially, right? So, interesting thing to note here, that yes, the Ten-Tails is described in this, like, sort of demigod way at this point. And that's as having nearly infinite chakra. That is a pretty significant statement, so let's keep that in mind. But also, you know, Hagoromo was revered like a god. That doesn't mean he is an actual god, right? He wasn't actually... his power was not sufficient to just destroy the Ten-Tails, based on this account. And he was afraid that, like, and he hadn't transcended life and death or anything like that. So he wasn't actually a god. He wasn't immortal. He wasn't capable of totally annihilating the Ten-Tails chakra. The best that he could do was to split it up. Okay. So just keep that in mind again going forward. Saria says, I love that we get Indra and Ashura this early. It really just makes it more evident for me that it didn't come out over. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things that I think maybe could have gotten a little bit more... We get a lot of information kind of, quote-unquote, dumped on us very, very quickly, all at once. But you're right, it is established, like, way back, like, hundreds of chapters before the end. This is some Izanagi, Izanami stuff. We'll skip over this for now. It'll come up in a little bit. Discussion of the Rinnegan. I don't think there's anything specific to Hagoromo here. Yeah, this is just, I'm going to talk about Izanagi, Izanami later on. I think we're getting close to wrapping it up. I think Obito here is just saying that he was trying to crack the mysteries of the Sage Path. Not Obito, Kabuto. Yep, so nothing directly relevant here. Save this for later. This is the plane. I think we talked about this before. It's the place where the Biju are capable of talking to each other. But I think there's something here about Hagoromo splitting them up. That's explained. I just wanted to see if we actually see Hagoromo himself. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, chapter 572. This is when he's so cute. This is when the Sage of Six Paths is talking to all of the Biju after they've been split apart. It says, even if you're far apart, you'll always be together, and eventually the day will come when you'll be united again. Each of you with a unique name and a different form than before. So just a little tidbit there. And then finally, let's skip to... I want to talk about the explanation. Oh yeah, this is just a little side note that I'm still not sure what to make of this. Like, Obito says that in chapter 651 that the Sage of Six Paths created the universe, or at least created the world with the sword. But yeah, the sage created this world using this blade, which is kind of weird because we don't really ever see him holding or wielding that weapon. As far as I know, he's always just got the staff. So I'm not sure what to make of that, but I thought I'd bring it up just as I was going through my information. So these are probably the two most important bits here, and then we'll get to the video. The first being Naruto's encounter with Hagoromo in chapter 670. Right, this is when he dies and is basically, he's physically dead, but his spirit is being maintained in this limbo, if you want to call it that. And he's learning about Indra and Ashura and their backstory, and Hagoromo is explaining what he thinks happened with Kaguya and all that, right? So he does talk about Kaguya. Let's see what he says. He says, my mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, came to this land of yours from a faraway place in order to claim the fruit of the divine tree, the chakra fruit of that same divine tree that you have seen in this war. Right? Kaguya consumed the fruit, gained power, and subdued the land. Doesn't really talk about where she comes from, but just that she was more powerful than anybody else. Some people called her a goddess, others called her a demon. They both worshipped her and feared her. And then she gave birth to Hagoromo and Hamura. And then we brothers to atone for the crimes mother left behind. So at this point, there's a bit of a gap, right? Kaguya leaves. Kaguya goes away. We're not sure what happens to her. At least Hagoromo doesn't seem to be sure what's happened to her. But she left crimes in her wake. There was some cruelty. There was maybe some tyranny in her rule. And so Hagoromo has to clean up the mess along with Hamura. So In order to atone for the crime she left behind, they battle Ten Tails, an incarnation of the Divine Tree, and seal it inside me. The Divine Tree, robbed of its chakra fruit, went on a rampage in an attempt to recover it. So what they think happened is that the Divine Tree was just hanging out and existing and being cool and not bothering anybody. And then Kaguya came along and stole that fruit and ate it, and then became super powerful. And that pissed off the tree so much that it incarnated itself into this giant fucking monster called the Ten Tails and started breaking everything. And so Hagoromo and Hamura had to then go fight it to put it down, essentially, because, you know, obviously Kaguya wasn't going to give up her chakra. They don't know that this is Kaguya. They don't know that Kaguya is actually fused into this thing. They just think it's the tree itself that's upset. Saria says, I agree with you on the god thing. It's kind of like the Pegasus in Seiya. Seiya isn't a god because he's a Pegasus, just he's an exceptionally strong saint. The Pegasus is legendary because it's strong. Yeah, I think it's important to try to understand the statements that are made in the manga, especially. Like, the data books, I guess, is slightly different, but in the manga especially, these are statements being made by characters in the world about their own world. And sometimes when I listen to power scaling videos and all that, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of room that's left for metaphor and for the stories and the things being told to be part of the folklore and the history, like, diegetically. It's all sort of being treated as if it were written for people to power scale, as opposed to, like, being written from either you want to call them flawed or biased, or even just like normal human subjective perspectives of people in the world. This is why I kind of get irritated about the or at least I disagree with the thing when what's his face, Kakuzu, is saying, like, I am immune to physical damage. That's not exactly what it says. What is it? It's like, physical attacks are virtually useless against me, I think is the exact quote, right? And I'm like, okay, I don't think we should look at that and be like, he could necessarily survive Night Guy's assault just because he said that, right? From his perspective, the things that he happens to have seen, and also from his attitude and the way that he's communicating with other characters, yes, he is saying that, but to what extent can we actually assume that it accurately reflects what's happening? Like, can we leave some room, please, for him to be boasting, for him to be, you know, having a limited amount of knowledge about all the different physical attacks in the world? So yeah, and especially when we start to talk about legend and history, and people's perspectives on that history, it's pretty clear that pretty much nobody takes the Sage of Six Paths thing seriously up until later in the war. They think it's just like a fairy tale, essentially, right? Oh. That doesn't mean that the fact that they are wrong doesn't mean that we shouldn't talk about the truth. Like, we should actually talk about what really happened with Hagoromo. I'm not saying that, like, because some people are incorrect, then we should just ignore the whole thing. But it's important to keep in mind the context of the statements that they're saying. Like, what are they motivated by, and what is their perspective? Yeah, the autocorrect, no worries. Kakuzu walking through truth-seeking ropes like nobody's business. Yeah, he just, like, grabs a handful of them and puts them on his cereal in the morning. Because they're technically physical, right? So he just, like, doesn't care about them. I mean, even the Biju bombs themselves, right? Like, going back to the previous videos where we discussed that stuff, the Biju bombs do contain physical energy, but I don't know if it's fair to just call them physical attacks straight up in the same way that, you know, a slash from a sword or an explosion from a paper bomb is the same. Like, do they actually, like, maybe, but do they actually count as the same sort of physical attack? Can we put them all in the same category? I don't know. More to the point, does Kakuzu know what Biju bombs are made out of? And has Kakuzu actually made a determination that they fit into the same category of physical attack he's talking about? And this is where we have to be like, okay, at a certain point, you do have to, I think, concede that the author sometimes probably just wants to tell us, the audience, certain things. At the end of the day, like, he wants to put ideas in our head about how the universe works, and he has to try to do that diegetically through the characters without breaking the fourth wall. And maybe he did actually want us to think that nothing is getting through Diamond Morph. And how is he going to do that? Well, you know, he tried to do that through the means of Kakuzu communicating through Shikaku to us. Not Shikaku, fucking Shikamaru to us. But if you actually put that statement in context with everything else that Kishimoto's done to create his universe, I don't think that quite fits. Like, it doesn't seem to match up with the rest of the way that the universe works, basically. So Hagoromo here is talking again about the, the exceptional one and the dunce, the one with the quote-unquote magic powers, not really magic, but and then the one with the physical powers, the one that is kind of more motivated by strength, the one that's motivated by love, etc., right? And how they have parallels in the form of in Naruto and Sasuke. So this is very important too. I partitioned the power of 10 tails that was inside me, named each of the pieces, and believed that the bond known as cooperation was true power, right? So again, when we start talking about like the opposing forces in the universe and like Hagoromo having the ability to command the opposing forces and stuff like that, what he did was he split up power, and he trusted that people would be able to work together despite their differences and despite like disagreements to harness the inherent power of each of their differently valenced abilities to then produce something even greater. Hagoromo himself, it would be kind of silly to think of him as like this creator and destructor god who can just do anything he wants himself, when his entire motivation seems to have been to figure out how to split power up between people and get them to work together to harness the power of their contradictory forces, right? So Saria says that there people don't take into account how the universe works. Everything is treated like Dragon Ball. Yeah, I mean, which I think, not to put too fine a point on it, but I think the little bird face here always amuses me. I think it's unfortunate, if not disrespectful, to the author to just like refuse to care about the rest of the world building that's going on around the statements and just hyper focus on the statements themselves. Because I mean, like, I know you can criticize some of Kishimoto's work, I know it's not perfect, but he did spend 20 fucking years like building a universe and gave a lot of thought and care to the mechanics of the universe and the history and the like, trying to build it into a believable, tangible place, not just a collection of fights, you know? Not that Toriyama didn't do that too with Dragon Ball. I mean, he absolutely did. He establishes different races of people or different like races of beings and pantheon of gods and stuff like that as well. But there's a bunch of other stuff that's just kind of like presented to us at face value that isn't really elaborated. Like, why are there talking dogs? Why is there a talking dog that's the mayor of the town or the president or whatever? You know, it's just things like that. There were a variety of different people who are like have superhuman physiology before we even get to Dragon Ball Z, right? King Piccolo and stuff like that. I don't know that there's maybe I'm missing something, but I don't know that there's like an elaborate explanation as to how all that works in part 1 Dragon Ball and the different physiology of all these different characters, whatever, because that's not even really the point. It's more just that this is a bit of a fantasy world that's still pretty grounded in realism with some fantastical characters, and that's fine, right? You don't need to overthink it. You can just kind of focus on the fights and on the other aspects of the world that are being presented up to the surface. But that might even be unfair of me to say, because he still did take a time to define the aesthetic and to establish that there are like anthropomorphic animals and they are a part of the world. They can communicate. They do function, you know, in that way. So the world building is there. It's just maybe not, you know, as explained with the same level of specificity where Ebisu like gives us a fucking lecture on how chakra works or whatever. But it's there, and I think you should like pay attention. I think people should care about that. So I think the last thing for now, ideally we'll go through the whole Kaguya fight at some point. I think the last thing for now is two things I want to point out and really pretend that I'm like bolding and underlining and highlighting this and putting like little, floating, flashing marijuana leaf symbols and like a superimposed green screen Call of Duty sniper that's doing 360 no scopes like this, right? Remember this. I was right. It's not a Genjutsu. Don't tell me she summoned an alternate dimension, right? Like when the fight with Kaguya first starts. Just remember this for later. It's gonna be important later. But I wanted to see if we could look at Black Zetsu's commentary. It might be in the other chapter. But, yeah, she's trying to reunify. Yeah. I shall finally reunite, or I shall unify all chakra once more. Let's see. I think it's probably on the other site, right? So keeping in mind that I think this is like the unofficial translation, but it's still worth looking at. So Black Zetsu says what? She says, looking at Kaguya was reminded of... Looking at you, Kaguya was reminded of her two sons. Let's see. Rikudo is the Sage of Six Paths. Okay, so he says, I'm Kaguya's child. The story of Shinobi was created from my mother's resurrection. So let's go over this real quick. Okay. Depending on the transmigrant's power, it's possible to meet him and to receive the power to seal my mother. I think, right, transmigrants, they're talking about, like, the incarnate of Indra and Ashura. It's uncommon to see Indra and Ashura transmigrants cooperate so much. Since you don't seem to know anything, I'll tell you that story while absorbing your chakra. As I told you earlier, my mother was sealed by her sons. It was a very powerful seal. The Jubi itself was turned into the core of the Chibaku Tensei, and that's how it became the moon, right? So that's the Ten Tails husk put in the moon. But right before the sealing, I was born, so that my mother could one day be revived. I'll show you. I have no candies, but I can show you pictures. Yeah, I think in the Viz translation, they're like, I don't have any snacks available, but enjoy the movie anyway, something like that, right? So, first, the Jubi wasn't just the holy tree. My mother was part of it, too. It wasn't the incarnation of the holy tree that was trying to take back its chakra fruit. It was my mother's will that was trying to take back the chakra that was shared between her sons. Not even Hagoromo knows about this. He doesn't even know that I was preparing mother's return. Hagoromo, who didn't know anything, was raiding Indra and Ashura and even created something as stupid as Ninshu. However, I could use all that for my mother's revival. When Indra lost the war for leadership of Ninshu, I tempted him. Okay, and so then he goes into kind of setting up the backstory for the Uchiha and the Senchu. Yes, the stone monument left by Hagoromo, I changed its text. I wrote that the infinite Tsukuyomi is what would save the Uchiha. With just that, you acted out the story perfectly, you Uchihas, right? So he talks about how he kind of helped guide the history of Shinobi towards Kaguya's resurrection. The most important thing here is his revelation. Oh yeah, so here we go. The accidental results of that with the White Zetsu, blah, blah, blah. So two opposing things can create all things when working together. As written on the stone monument, Madara strengthened his attachment to Hashirama. But I'd actually like to ask for this to be translated. Maybe I'll do that for next time. But again, like when talking about the creation of all things jutsu, this is what Hagoromo's philosophy is. This is what he's really talking about. He's not saying that, like, if you as an individual can use shadow style and light style or yin yang release, then you literally have infinite power and create universes or some shit like that, right? He's saying two opposing things can create all things when working together. That any individual thing is accomplishable, is creatable, etc. when people combine forces, so to speak. And I know it's tempting to look at that as a universal creation feat, but it's hard to explain, it's hard to articulate. But I really think that what he's discussing here is the ability for, it's sort of like saying, if you really put your mind to it, you can do anything. You can accomplish anything. It's like, no, like I can't blow over a skyscraper no matter how hard I try, no matter how much I put my mind to it, right? But the power of people being determined and setting their sights on things and figuring things out together can potentially solve any problem. Maybe there are some unsolvable problems, but like if I got together with 10,000 genius people and they all agreed to help me work on this, we could maybe hypothetically find some way to use our combined breath to power up some sort of machine, and then the machine stores up energy powered by our breath, and then the machine knocks the building over, right? So technically speaking, we might be able to find a solution around it. Now, that still doesn't mean that I myself have like a city block level breathing or something like that, right? Skyscraper, mountain level breathing, whatever you want to call it. But it does mean that if we use that principle, that's how we get shit done. Okay? That's my interpretation anyway. And also important to keep in mind that, what's his name? Black Zetsu messed with the Uchiha stone tablet, so we have to be a little bit skeptical towards what it says there. Okay. So that's the overview, and I'll put a time code here. My goal with that section is basically to just try to establish what the history of the Otsutsuki are or is, and what how Hagoromo and the Ten Tails and the God Tree and Kaguya all fit into that. At the end of the day, none of those things created the universe. Right? Just to be very clear, the Ten Tails didn't create the universe because the Ten Tails was either a seed for the God Tree or a part of the God Tree or both, and then it fused with Kaguya. Kaguya also didn't create the universe because she was, born from the Otsutsuki. She was part of that whole cycle of coming down to the planets to absorb their chakra. Hagoromo didn't create the universe because he was born from Kaguya. The Ten Tails itself also didn't create the universe. The God Tree itself didn't create the universe, right? These are all characters engaged in events that are all taking place within the Naruto universe as part of that cycle. But none of them, even if they're described in the data books as supposedly having this power to reach into the power of creation or whatever, none of them actually created the universe that they're in. At best, they created pocket dimensions and pocket realms, and we can talk about those translations of those terms as we go. But yeah, I think that should be enough to get us going. Have a quick glass of water, and then we can talk about the video. Also, shout out to, let's see, I think there's quite a few people that I wanted to recognize, and I'll probably show some translations later when they come up. But on Sage of Six Paths Discord server, Anime Drip, Acolytes Epilogue, and Super Crazy Waddle Horse Reborn, in addition to a couple other people, I think, I'm on streamer mode, so I can't see the full name, but like Demon something, have been super helpful in translating things. Would highly encourage folks, if you're looking for a friendly community of people to just chill with and discuss anime, check out Sage of Six Paths Discord server. Folks there have been super helpful, super gracious in getting translations done for a variety of things for these streams and just in general. They have a whole archive of translated material too, which has been super great. And finally, the thing that I appreciate, in addition to all that, is that they will have discussions about the translations and give each other feedback in terms of their different perspectives on different words. So that's been great. Yeah, Hobbs is awesome. As a quick, let me actually see if I can do this 1 second before we get started. Where is it? Any scans? Oh, translation. I know. I had this just set up a second ago. Okay, I'm gonna take 2 seconds to see if I can find where I put this, because I think it'll be very helpful. Oh yeah, of course. So can I do this? Add a new window capture. Okay. And it would be 00817. Okay. Hopefully that's showing up on stream. Not like perfectly formatted or anything. I should find a better way to do it for next time. Yeah. So let me see if this works. Yeah, it does. Oh yeah, I forgot this one. This is one more scan. This is from chapter 594, 009, page 009. This is what Kurama says about the Ten Tails. He says he was the beginning of chakra and a creator god of many nations. Ame no hitotsu no kami, datara de darabochi. So this interesting, Datara, obviously has the same name as the character Datara, and I think Datarabochi is also the name of that, like, just look it up. Yeah, it is a yokai in Japanese, in like, I don't know if it's Shinto specifically, but this character in Princess Mononoke is also referred to by that name as well. So you can see the connections to shared mythological like tropes, which is something that Kishimoto does pretty extensively, right? So, of course, I'm not even. Hang on, let me get this out of the way. This one. Okay, yeah, there we go. So, if you haven't seen Princess Mononoke, first of all, go see it. It's amazing. It's a beautiful film. But yeah, this creature from Princess Mononoke is referred to by the same name. So it seems to me that they're clearly drawing from a shared mythology or shared tradition there, right? So I think it's important to keep our understanding of these characters and these yokai-like figures in mind when discussing them. We didn't like literally create the universe. What's the other one? Ame no hitotsu no ami. I can't pretend to know what that means exactly. Oh, the first god of Japan, Ame no Minakanushi no Kami. So it might be a reference to like a creator deity in Japanese mythology. That's cool. Yeah, I'll look into this more. I think it'd be interesting. But yeah, I guess the most important thing is to kind of keep in mind that the Ten-Tails here is being represented as again, like a folkloric kind of demigod figure, right? That being said, I wanted to also just shout out the translations that were done. Oh yeah, fuck, I can't believe I forgot this. This is the other scan it comes right after the previous page, where Kurama is saying that the Data Rabochi drank oceans, split open the earth, hoisted up mountains. He's a progenitor who is said to have created this very land, right? So again, doesn't necessarily mean that he created the whole universe, but he can have power that is capable of restructuring and forming and sculpting and molding the earth potentially, which I guess makes sense. Let's see. Okay, so for folks who are wondering, these are some scans. So feel free to pause the video if you want and to keep these for yourselves to save them or whatever. We are going to be talking about and talked about previously the Boruto Naruto the movie novelization. This is chapter 192, and this is what was translated for Naruto being like stuck on the tree and having his chakra drained from him and stuff like that. You can use Google Translate or ChatGPT to just get a vague sense of what this is if you want to confirm what page it is, but I also have the page number down there, 192. The next one, I think, yeah, this is page 212, and I asked for this section to be translated over here. This is the section, is when Momoshiki starts draining the chakra from everybody around him, and it's described as they're on a quote-unquote star, and he's draining all the power from the star that's around them. This is 212. This is the page right after that, and this is a continuation of that section. So whenever we get in the video to a part where Noodles is talking about, like, Momoshiki is draining the power from outside the dimension, and Sasuke could see the stream with his Rinnegan, this is the part that he was referencing. And then, let's see. Can I make this a bit bigger? Yeah. Sorry, the formatting here is shitty. I'll figure out a better way to do this next time. But and feel free to pause this and to look into it some more. Sorry, 1 second. Feel free to pause this if you like and to look into it in greater detail. Here is the translation that was provided. And it kind of explains how each of these individual terms work and function, and how universe does not really seem to be a correct interpretation of the way that these spaces have been described. You know what? I just realized something. I'm sorry. 1 second. If I just take this and do this, might be easier to see. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I should have done that before. I apologize. So yeah, here's the explanation of that particular translation, right? Naruto was surrounded by the darkness. It seems he hadn't been taken far from the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet this place was unrecognizable. More than that, it was a different world. It was terribly dark and the sky was distorted. It was obvious this is not the space of his world. And then he kind of explains, like, you know, why he's using the term world as opposed to universe, why he's using the terms like subspace or space, physical reality, as opposed to using a term like universe, which I really appreciated that breakdown. Here's another version, I think, of that same page right there by Hobbes. Is this Hobbes? Yeah. Says that like Konoyo means this world, space in general, right? Ikai was part of the other translation. So again, feel free to pause this and to go over this at your own leisure. But the point of all of this is basically just that we're not really talking about creating entire universes, and also the use of hang on one second, sorry. The use of terms that are sci-fi is maybe being used a little bit, or terms that are being interpreted as like in this very precise way by Noodles as scientific terms are actually being used in a more sort of abstract or loosey-goosey sci-fi way. Here's another one that is from the pages 211 and 212 that we talked about before, and this is him talking about like Momoshiki observing the flow of the chakra out of the universe, or not the universe, out of the constructed parallel world, right? So there does seem to be some implication that the world that Momoshiki is in is something that he made himself, but it's never referred to as a universe. And then I think there's a couple of other follow-ups here. Yep, here's another one. So talking about Momoshiki building the world itself does seem to be the case. It was like assembled or built. Now, to be fair, like Hobbes here seems to think that, or their interpretation is that this is a parallel reality timeline or alternate dimension. So it's saying Momoshiki created the alternate reality that they're currently in. So you could potentially look at that and say, okay, maybe Momoshiki actually did create like an alternate space that is more than just, I don't know, like the Kamui, like a room or something, right? It's actually more of a higher magnitude creation feat. I'm still not seeing it being described as an entire universe, though. And then we can talk about this later, like the chakra flowing out between the different spaces. It does seem like he is either absorbing, that he's having his own chakra leak out from the dimension that he's in. So he's not absorbing chakra from outside the universe. It's more like spilling out into other spaces because it's so massive or something like that. So yeah, and I think this is the last one I wanted to show. This will become relevant later, but Acolyte over here gave a translation of the creation of all things, or Six Path Sage mode rather, and how Naruto uses it. And there was, I think, an implication in the previous video that we talked about that he can command all things in nature, but the translation is more like given by the progenitor of ninjutsu a divine state of mind on the principles of creating anything that touches upon what governs all things. This doesn't necessarily mean that Naruto himself can just swing his hand around and make the entire universe dance for him. It's that he has now gained insight and access into the fundamental principles of the universe, and he can wield those principles to a small extent himself, because the power that he's using is the same sort of power that powers everything else in the universe. So we'll come back to these translations later in more detail when they become relevant during the video. I just want to make sure that I expressed gratitude and acknowledgement for the amazing work that was done. It was done quickly, it was done in a friendly way, it was done in a very thorough and detailed way, for nothing. Like, I offered, and the offer still stands if you guys wind up listening to this, to make a small donation or something like that to acknowledge the work that was done. But so far, you know, everybody's been super gracious and just volunteered the work. And, you know, I think that's kind of sets a standard that I'm going to try to live up to with my own future work. There are friendly people out there who will gladly work with you on things and help you clarify and understand things just for the fun of it. You don't have to go steal other people's shit and then misrepresent it in order to make your videos. You can actually, like, I don't know, embody the principles that you're talking about, that you claim to understand, of collaborating with people despite their differences, and try to, you know, actually make something together. That might be nice to see. So yeah. Thank you, folks, for the assistance. I really do appreciate it. Saria says, his eyes, do they still see the darkness clearly? I'm not sure what you mean. Could you please clarify that? Saria that says, it's kind of like in Spirit Tracks, the different regions are called realms, but they're not universes. Yeah, it's just different regions of the same continent that have varying climates. Yeah. You know, that also reminds me of Silent Hill. You know, if you haven't played the Silent Hill games, basically the characters will be in like one version of Silent Hill, right? They'll show up and the town will be like all covered in dense fog, and then they'll hear a siren, and then all of a sudden the world will change into a different version of itself, where everything is like covered in rust, and like horrifying imagery appears, and like the walls are bleeding and shit like that. And then there's another version which is just like kind of black and dark and muted and hollow, I guess. And you know, I suppose it's possible if you dig through the lore that whenever the light blares, or the siren blares, then it's actually creating another copy of the universe or something like that. But if you looked at that and you were like, that siren, man, that siren is just creating entire universes. That siren can output enough energy to gobble up 4 quintillion black holes. I think you'd be maybe just a teeny bit off the mark. Maybe just a little bit, maybe. So, 1 second, I got a couple messages I should look at. Okay. 4. Okay, and my partner got some bird seed, which is great because I want to go fill the feeders after this. Oh, I had a picture of Sasuke with Sarada activating his Mangekyo. Oh, yep. I kind of scrolled through a whole bunch of things really quick. Oh, I think the reason why I brought that up was, you're talking about this thing? 1 sec. This. Yeah, the reason, so this is from the, I think it's called Naruto Gaiden, I forget. It's the side story that happens between Naruto and Boruto, where they encounter Shin, and Sasuke's basically been running around trying to find her dimensions. And what she says is, like, searching for and entering Kagura. I think he meant Kaguya, because Kagura's a different character. Searching for and entering Kagura's time space requires a lot of chakra. And he's basically exhausted. The reason why he didn't have such great combat performance in their last encounter was that he hadn't had his chakra come back, because he was tired trying to sync up with Kaguya's dimension. Right. Yeah. And he said, his eyes, do they still see the darkness clearly? Yeah, I think so. Interesting. I'm actually kind of curious how people feel about his decision to not get his arm back. Right? Like, I think that's like a form of penance, like a hair shirt, basically. He's just refusing to get a prosthetic like Naruto did. It is kind of silly to me that he lets his like, he doesn't get clothing that's specifically built with like a missing arm or whatever, and so sometimes there'll be like these dramatic fights where he's like fighting against Momoshiki or whatever, and his little arm sleeve is just flapping around in the wind as he's pirouetting through the air. Like, you could have at least asked for some custom clothing so you don't have to deal with that shitty piece of cloth flapping around. Must get annoying after a while. Arya says, yes, this image. Oh, okay, cool. I was referencing EMS Sasuke by saying these eyes can see darkness clearly in Naruto Storm 3. Oh, cool, yeah. Doesn't he have a line where he says something similar to Itachi, or vice versa? About seeing the darkness? It could be a reference to that. I really need to play the Storm games at some point too. Okay, so with all of that being said, I think hopefully I've done an okay job of providing an overview of these different members of the Otsutsuki clan and how they connect to the god tree. With that being said, I think you can just start reacting to the video. So let me just add another timestamp here, and we can get started. Feel free to chime in with any questions or concerns or requests or whatever, really. And let's see where we get to. Oh, 1 second, let me bring this up.
Mentioned before, this is actually a mistranslation.
Oh yeah, 1 second.
Which is supported by Black Zetsu's statements that it was going to be the beginning of a new space. I know the statement says time space, but as many people have mentioned before, this is actually a mistranslation.
So I mean, like, okay, if it's a mistranslation, it would really be helpful if you would actually provide what the correct translation is and why it's a mistranslation. Granted, I'm spoiled by the people in Sage's Discord. Like, I'm not sure who else I would turn to. I'd have to go do some digging to find somebody else to translate for me, if they weren't so generous with that. But I don't think it would be impossible. I think it's something that's manageable, quite possibly. This was 3 years ago, though, so, you know, let's have a little bit of be a little bit gentle with the commentary here. People get better over time. But that being said, still, like, lots of people have said that this is a mistranslation. Okay, well, I don't have any context for that as somebody who's watching this video. Please show a scan, show a part of a conversation. Don't just assume that any number of your, like, almost 50,000 people, assuming one view per person, maybe that's too much, but tens of thousands of people are going to have that same experience and know what you're talking about, right? Provide a source.
It actually just says space. The kanji used is called kukan, which literally means space in Japanese.
I think we went over this last time, right? We talked about how the kanji for kukan, this is actually not the kanji for kukan, this is actually ma, if you look it up. And yes, the kanji for kukan, actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure we talked about this last time, but right, like, kukan actually means space or time, and ma is the distance between things, so he's not showing the right kanji here, which, again, like, if you just, like, collaborate with the translator, or, I don't know, just Google it, you know, you could probably figure out, like, it really didn't take me that long. I mean, granted, this is coming from ChatGPT, which is not a thing like 3 years ago, same way that it is today anyway, but still, just use both letters, come on. Anyway, it at the end of the day, it basically means the same thing. Like, kukan itself means what he's saying, he just didn't use the right kanji for the thing he's saying.
This still does prove, however, that Kaguya is going to consume and recreate the dimension or space with her expansive truth-seeking orb, which, as stated previously, is a space-time or 4D space.
Okay, I wouldn't agree that it's correct to call it a space-time, because I think space-time is referring to the theory that space and time are linked together, that they're fused, they're part of the same system. I think it would be more correct to use the term time space, because the way that Naruto uses it, like the series uses it, is in description of these realms, of these universes, quote-unquote universes, more accurately described as parallel worlds, parallel dimensions, etc. The term that Zetsu uses is time space, and time space refers to, like sorry, hopefully I'm representing what you said correctly here, but, you know, we are currently in a time space, right? Like, we are in a universe that incorporates 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time. Therefore, we're in a time space. But Kamui as well, like, even however small or large it might be, is still a space that has, or still a location that has space and time, right? There are space-time coordinates that you can find in that Kamui dimension. So the Kamui dimension is, I think by Naruto's, like, kind of fuzzy use of the term time space, is a time space. And it's sort of not advantageous to Noodle's position here to use the term space alone. At the end of the day, you should use whatever the right term is, but the term space just on its own is negating that fourth, like the temporal dimension. So it's actually kind of better for his position if he uses the term that's on screen, being time space. So I'm not exactly sure, like, switching space-time around and then time and space around and using the term space-time to try to refer to time-space to get away from the mistranslation of time-space and bring it closer to a translation that reads space, it's I'm very confused. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what the point of all that is. Anyway, oh, Dr. Strangle. Hey, how's it going? That's a cool name. All things achieve harmony. Oh, that's from the Tao Te Ching. Am I pronouncing that correctly? And I have a copy of that, actually, on my bookshelf that I haven't picked up in many years, but I should. That's I'm feeling a bit nostalgic with that mention. I certainly hope that is the case. Seems like that might be what the universe is progressing towards. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Thanks for checking it out. How you doing? How's your weekend going? Sorry, it says, yes, exactly. People don't get this. Okay, good. Yeah, admittedly, it's a bit confusing, right? Because there are a lot of terms that kind of get thrown around. And I think different fictional universes have different takes on those terms. And Sean has a bookshelf. Yeah, it doesn't get much use, you know. It's sort of better at collecting dust these days, but I do technically read books sometimes. And not all of them have pictures in them. Most of them do. But yeah, actually just taking a look right now, a lot of them are just like references for like audio stuff. Actually, it looks like I have a whole shelf that's just art books from the Soul series. like the guides and the design works and stuff like that. That's the shelf that I'm most proud of, honestly. But yeah, like I can understand why there's some confusion because, first of all, like at least from my perspective, somebody who doesn't know all that much about like science in the nitty gritty sense, um, I haven't studied like a hard science in a long time, so to speak, in depth. I don't think I fully understand like even like general relativity and stuff like that. Um, and I understand why your casual, like average manga reader would like. I don't think that anybody should need to take a physics class to enjoy like a shonen anime, right, or manga. Although the more you learn about the world, the more it like enhances your understanding of things. So I think it's a good thing, but it shouldn't be a requirement. But that being said, manga creators or creators of art in general are going to wind up using terms that are either tropes that are references to or like absorbed from things like media that they themselves have consumed, and also their own understandings of science, science fiction, etc. And so what you wind up with is uh, slight variations on the same concepts that just take on different forms, different permutations in different authors' works. And that's totally understandable. It does make things a little confusing. And I think when you're trying to do power scaling or trying to develop a as close as literal as possible interpretation of the text, it's really important not to just pick up a dictionary and look at what it says in the dictionary. Which you should, like you should look at as concrete definitions as you can, but also understand that like the definition being used within the universe might be different from how we use it day to day, and so it's important to see how that actual definition fits in diegetically as well as like outside the universe. Sorry, it says I do have one question for you, but I don't know if it's brought up in this video. Oh yeah, ask away. Feel free. If it's something if it comes up later in the video and I can remember where it is, we can jump to it, or we can just talk about it in general. That's no problem at all. Dr. Strangle says this has been discussed so much that if he were to say it means space-time, most of the community who views this would know he's lying. Yeah. I mean, I like to give the benefit of the doubt because I don't assume that I know people's intentions. So I don't know or really want to say unless I'm certain that anybody is lying per se. But what I have found is that there is a general lack of curiosity throughout a lot of his videos, and I guess just it seems to me that he's interested in finding very specific definitions of things that fit his perspective, as opposed to trying to like have a nuanced and accurate perspective of things. And the thing that really gets to me is that he will then say, and if you don't agree with this, like you have no grounds to do so, you're being too skeptical, you're being biased, you're coping, right? And basically be very aggressive towards anybody with a dissenting view. So it's less that I think he's deliberately lying and trying to deceive people overtly or something like that, and more just like he doesn't really seem to care that much whether or not what he says is true, as long as he likes it. But then he goes out of his way to try to discourage other people from doing the same thing he did, and just kind of prefers to grandstand about his own perspective being inherently correct. So that maybe like technically that's some form of dishonesty. It's kind of shitty, one way or another. Like I'm not a fan of that approach for sure. But you know, just try to be fair whenever I can. Dr. Strangle then says the impotent part of the Tao Te Ching message was in the last message as the quote was too long. Okay. I'll have to go look it up. You said it's in like section 42. I'll make a note of myself to go read that afterwards. Let's see. Cool. Funny that it should be number 42. Let's see. Zarya says, so there's something people always bring up, and it's Momoshiki's redshift and nebula. And usually when I see this, my mind is like, is this set anywhere, or do people just go off the visual? So, okay, so I admit I don't know what a redshift nebula is. So redshift nebula. Let's just take a look at that. What energy, electromagnetic radiation. Okay. Oh, this is one of the first things that comes up. So, I think I know what they're talking about, but okay, so these are the redshift nebulae. Yeah, then I know what they're talking about. I'm just curious to see what they say here. So, okay, 1 second. I was just curious if they're going to post a specific link. So let's see. This thread on Reddit, this guy's asking, did Momoshiki create the dimension with the Redshift Nebula? This guy says yes. Pretty sure the novel said he constructed it and was absorbing chakra from beyond the universe he constructed. This guy says no. Momoshiki's dimension, where he fought Naruto and Sasuke, had no nebulae to begin with. The Redshift Nebulae, which many wrongly attach to this, is actually from the unidentified world, a planet in an unknown region of space, which is destroyed by Momoshiki for the sake of harvesting chakra. Yeah, so this is the planet that Naruto and Momoshiki and all the rest of them and Kinshiki fight on in the Naruto movie and anime, and it's basically just like this barren wasteland with cloud cover, and Naruto gets like attached to this tree and he's like ripping out his soul or whatever, or his life force rather. And then this thing that they're talking about is, this is what I actually used for the thumbnail for last time's video. This is some place that I guess is being referred to as the unidentified world. Maybe these are the Redshift Nebulae in the background that they're talking about. This is some mysterious looking planet. It looks like wherever they are, I think somebody tried to say that this is somewhere in our galaxy or our solar system, because this looks a lot like Jupiter over here on the left. Let me just make sure this is showing up on stream. My cursor is, oh yeah, there we go. But this over here, it looks kind of like Jupiter. But this is also from the anime. I think it's episode 15 of the Boruto anime, and we don't know whether or not they created this planet, this space, or even like where it is. So for power scaling purposes, I know it's sort of tempting to look at this and be like, well, since Momoshiki and Kinshiki can apparently create spaces, then maybe they created this, and they created, like, you know, a nearby sun, which is apparently generating aurorae, and they also created all these stars in the background. And to be clear, like, if they actually did do that, then they would be potentially galaxy level. I wouldn't say that they would be universe level, because I don't know how many stars there are, how far away they are, how large they are, and how they compare to our own. But, you know, if they actually did physically make all of these, like, maybe there's some argument that they've been alive for millions of years, and they have gone to millions of planets and drained the chakra from them, and then you know, done this so much that they've been able to figure out how to create stars and planets in the meantime. If that's the case, then okay, and then we start to move a little bit closer to getting them to universal. But also, a galaxy is not a universe. Like, 1,000 galaxies is still not a universe. So we still have a lot of work to do to get them to that level. But I think this is what they're talking about. They look at this red shit in the background and say that these are Redshift Nebulae and that they must have created them. I hope. There's also one other thing, which I don't know if I'm going to be able to find, but like Kaguya boss fight Ninja Storm 4. Let's see. Maybe. Sorry, it's probably loud. Is it here? At some point in this fight, they're fighting on another planet, and it looks like Kaguya becomes like a crazy rabbit goddess, and you can see there appear to be some things in the background which look like stars or galaxies or something. I'll see if I can find that real quick. The important part says Dr. Strangle. Okay, sorry for the misunderstanding there. If you can scroll up in the chat, I post a full quote from the Tao Te Ching. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it. The only messages that I've seen from you are, you say all things achieve harmony, and then the next thing you say is sup, and then this has been discussed so much. Yeah, I'm not seeing the full quote. I'm sorry. Sometimes YouTube has a very strict habit of restricting incoming messages. So, oh yeah, here we go, Saria. Or sorry, one second. Yeah, so Dr. Strangle, sorry, I wasn't ignoring you, and I'll just point this out for anybody else who shares a link or a long block of text. This has happened to me too. I don't know why. I don't have any filters on. I don't even have like a content language filter on or anything. Moderation activity is off, like, so I don't see anything that would prevent it, but from whatever reason, it's just not letting it go through, so I'm sorry about that. I'll see if there's, I'll check my settings later and see if there's anything. But yeah, sorry, so this is from Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, and this is the end fight against Kaguya when she's in her sort of like unstable Ten Tails form, and you can see that there's like a bunch of, I'm just gonna say nebulas is because I don't know what the correct astrophysical term is. But you can kind of see that also this might not be entirely canon because it's like a shoot 'em up where you're flying around, flapping around with Kakashi in his perfect Susanoo and just like spamming. It's like a bullet hell sort of game that it's become. Now, granted, Kaguya does actually look like this for a short interval during the war, so that part is canon. But the overall, flow of this encounter and the abilities used and stuff is very different. But yeah, if you look in the background, you can kind of see that the space itself seems to have a little bit more astronomical phenomenon happening, and that might be what they're referring to. Yeah, I think that's what it is. As far as I know, the phrase "redshift" has never brought up once in any of the manga. I think, if I'm being blunt, I think Seth said that in his multiversal video to sound smart. Kind of like how he throws out the term relativistic and subrelativistic sometimes. And I don't think he's quite using those terms correctly. But then it might have just caught on from there. I'm not sure. Maybe he picked it up from somewhere else and is just repeating it. But yeah.
Space, but
Yeah, if you do try to send any messages, feel free to try to send them again and to maybe break them down into smaller parts. Maybe that'll work. Definitely be curious to hear what you have to say. Let's see here. Okay, I think we're good to go.
as many people have mentioned before, this is actually a mistranslation. It actually just says space. The kanji used is called kukan, which literally means space in Japanese. This still does prove, however, that Kaguya is going to consume and recreate the dimension or space with.
I think that's totally fine. Like the idea that she can use her expansive truth-seeking orb to rewrite the area that they're in. I mean, I don't see why Black Zetsu would be incorrect about that. He seems to know Kaguya's abilities pretty well, and she seems to be trying to do that thing pretty explicitly. So, yeah. But keeping in mind that that's not a energy creation feat as much as it is an energy rearranging feat. But I guess technically any jutsu output is an energy creation. You're just gathering energy and then putting it out. So, yeah. Anyway, I think we can accept that.
Her expansive truth-seeking orb, which as stated previously is a space-time or 4D space.
The truth-seeking orb is not. It's a 4D space. Like the dimension is a 4D space in that it has 3 spatial dimensions and time, but it does not necessarily have a 4th spatial dimension. Just wanted to point that out because I think it can be confusing. Like when people say 4D, sometimes they think of like, there being this additional spatial dimension, like length, width, height, and then plus 1 more, and then also time. But that would either be a 5D space if you're considering time to be a dimension, or it would be a 4 spatial plus 1 temporal dimension.
Another way to prove that these dimensions
or space
are in fact space-times is by the teleportation ninjutsu used to travel between them. It is very clear that
Okay, let's read this. Yomotsu Hirasaka uses Kaguya coming out of the underworld gate at the decisive moment. Okay, so I'm gonna just state this up front that I don't think the more time I spend reading through the data books, the less reliable I think they are. I think it's very, very clear the more time you spend with them that a majority of the statements that are made about jutsu are described in a, let's just say, abstract or poetic way, in that they're not precise, like, scientific breakdowns that need to be taken at face value or literally. So, for example, when Choji's super expansion jutsu has phrasing like, the majesty, the wonder, the most incredible jutsu ever seen, it's like, maybe take that with a grain of salt. When Orochimaru's mandala of endless stakes formation is described as being able to drown out the entire universe with an attack that negates all defense and evasion, there's no defense against it, there's no escaping it, maybe take that with a little bit of a grain of salt too. I think there's a perspective that's applied to the data books that is just kind of unfun and too draconic, where we're just taking every single like word and phrase literally instead of looking at how they're actually how the jutsu that are being described are actually shown in the manga. So for example, coming out of the underworld gate at the decisive moment, are we supposed to look at that and be like, Kaguya can go to hell when she goes through her dimensions? Is she literally going to Hades or something and then coming back out? Is she going into the underworld? Is she going to the realm of the dead? Is she like meeting the Grim Reaper on the way? Or is this an abstract, kind of colorful, creative way of describing what's happening? Now, that doesn't mean that this is all bullshit. This is all made up, right? It's entirely... the purpose, I think, of these databook statements is to help us better understand how the jutsu work, and they can teach us things that aren't made explicit in the manga for sure. But also, they aren't necessarily written with a omniscient, reliable narrator's perspective, and we need to allow room for them to be a bit playful, let's say, and a bit exaggerated depending on the situation. Saria says it brings a tear to my eye to hear somebody say this about dimensions. As a student with my master's in science and engineering and working towards my PhD, thank you, lol. Oh, I'm really glad to hear that, and I am grateful to your help clarifying and understanding the stuff, because I admit, if you asked me a couple of years ago, I probably would have just thrown out those terms in a very similar way, because it's just stuff that we all absorb from sci-fi media. Maybe we see a couple of news articles here or there, and we have an idea internally, like intuitively, of what these things mean. And I think that's probably fine for the most part, but yeah, really trying to understand it, I just very quickly realized how little I knew about any of it and had to learn. So I'm grateful for the discussion. I'm grateful for the help understanding it, and I'm glad that it could bring a tear to your eye in a good way. Because at the end of the day, like, it's really interesting stuff, right? Like, that's one of the most frustrating things, and one of the things that got me to make the Itachi versus Pain video in the first place, was that the manga is really interesting, and the world that's built is really interesting, and manga itself is interesting, and the topics that are brought up are interesting. And if you're curious about them and go learn about them, there's a lot of really cool shit to learn, and I was just really frustrated that that didn't seem to be happening very much. And so I wanted to try to contribute to that in some way. And I found the same thing here with, what was the other one we were going over? I don't know, that there's a lot of videos that I will kind of go through and be like, oh, I disagree with that, that's wrong. But then be like, okay, well, how could I actually defend that position? How could I actually have a conversation about that? And realize that I just absolutely don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, because I don't understand the topic at all. And so I'll need to go learn it and research it. And when I do, it's like, oh, that's so much cooler. Like the RPG thing. I know I keep bringing that up, but Noodle's talking about rocket propelled grenade launcher warheads in a previous stream, and I was like, oh yeah, that's probably how that works, right? Like, wait, actually, no, that doesn't make any sense. And then you go look it up, and learning that RPG warheads aren't just explosives that detonate on contact, that they're actually, I don't know, like needles full of molten fucking metal, that like spear injections of molten metal that are designed to overheat and melt through and puncture through steel plating. And the ingenious and devilish mechanism that they use to get it to work is so much cooler than something that just explodes. Not that explosions aren't cool, but the fucking technology behind the RPG is really awesome, and I never knew that, right? Like, however many years I've been playing fucking video games with RPGs in them, I had no idea how they worked until I actually took a second to learn. So yeah, I love that shit, and I appreciate the encouragement. Dr. Strangle says, almost all the times space-time is used around Kaguya, it is about the ability Yomotsu Hirasaka. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because this is the ability that she is using to kind of hop between dimensions, right? So she's going to her different time spaces, and she's using space-time ninjutsu to accomplish that, right? So that makes sense. H&H, hey, how's it going? Good to see you. How's your weekend going? Oh yeah, happy Mother's Day to everybody. Once again. Yeah, it's a really beautiful day here. I went out for like an hour-long walk with the dog beforehand, to make sure she got some exercise before the stream. Just really nice. Looking forward to doing some yard work afterwards. Spending some time outside before I have to spend another week, huddled behind my screen. Not that I'm complaining, I like my job and all that, but sometimes it can get a little asphyxiating to not get natural sunlight ever. Anyway. So let's continue. This technique can be considered the original space-time ninjutsu. which allows you to create a portal in the air and move freely to any of the other 6 dimensions controlled by the user. It is also possible to drag another person or any of the 6 dimensions. It's also possible to drag another person into the portal, playing it in another dimension. A little bit of an odd translation there, but I think I get what they're saying. Diverting, distracting, and sneak attacking are part of the technique's repertoire and can be used in any situation, but it cannot be used by anyone other than Kaguya, who had the 3 primordial dojutsu. Dodging enemy attacks and appearing in a blind spot in an instant, the true master of space. It is similar to Kamui, but does not use marks, does not need preparation or anything like that, and can move between different dimensions. So, that's interesting. I remember a couple of months ago saying that I thought that Obito had to like mark his locations in order to go between them using Kamui, and I couldn't remember where that came from, and now I do. It's here, and then I don't know if manga panda is, or yeah, okay, so it's back up. So let's see if I can find it. But there's another statement where like Obito says, yes, I can go back to the previous dimension because I've marked this space or something like that. So let me see if I can find that real quick, just to know that I didn't totally make it up. But yeah, so the Yomotsu Hirasaka is something that is obviously seen as a tier above, and I think that makes perfect sense. That's a totally fair assessment based on what we see, the way that it's used. I don't want to waste too much time looking for this specifically. Maybe you guys know what I'm talking about. We can be going good. Oh yeah, that's great to hear. Don't want to go back to school, but yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, I can totally understand that. Also interesting to note that Obito sees the Yomotsu Hirasaka and says that's a type of time space. So he immediately recognizes it. I think we went over some of this last time, but notice that Obito, he says, I suspect he was taken to another dimension, referring to Sasuke. He says he emerged from a different time space. It's an ability similar to my ocular power. Time space, right? There's no dimension. There's no mention of the term universe or anything like that. Time space, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we talked about this last time, I'm pretty sure. Because we were talking about Naruto's ability to perceive people between the different dimensions. Just give one more minute here to see if I can find that marking thing. Yeah, time space or anything like that. Something about that is suspicious to me. Oh, can you sorry, I guess I have a bad short-term memory. Can you remind me what the or anything like that thing is referring to? This is my time space, right? And I think it's right after Obito starts trying to teleport around a little bit. He says something about marking them. Yep. We were able to successfully hide inside my time space. So Kamui's a time space as well. So there he's using the exact same term to refer to the Kamui as Kaguya's spaces, right? I mean, I guess it would be even better if I could find the direct translation, like the original kanji for it to make sure. Oh yeah, here we go. So this is chapter 685, and Naruto says, I'll draw their attention, you two go hide in the meantime. And Obito says, I've marked this spot so I can hide in my time space for the time being, you two Sakura. So it does seem like Obito needs to, it's not explained how he does this, as far as I know, but he needs to mark a space, and once he's marked it, then he can go back to it later. He does need to actually like register a location. He can't just freely zoom all over the world. It seems to be the case. Sarya says, Obito really just looked at someone's ability and made an assumption. Imagine how hilarious it would have been if he was wrong and Sasuke was sent to another planet. Yeah, exactly. Another planet with no oxygen or whatever. Yep. And so again, like we have to just kind of take Obito's word that he knows what he's talking about. But the fact that he does manage to connect to them, you know, using a dojutsu via this portal, does kind of make it seem like his assessment is correct. But that's the thing, like we have additional points of data that we can verify his initial claim from, whereas opposed to Kakazu, right, like his statement about being impervious to physical damage or whatever, doesn't quite seem to have the same corroboration. Also, yeah, just opening up to a sea of acid. And be careful about how he uses that ability. H&It says the Databook entry. Oh yeah, over here. Or anything like that. Yeah, I think what maybe the gist of it is that you don't need to go through the process of marking locations, or like Minato uses space-time ninjutsu, but he needs to have a mark to teleport to. He needs to throw his kunai around like that. Whereas I think Kaguya can do the thing that we think Obito can do. Like earlier in the series, it looks like Obito can just appear wherever he wants, and now this is telling us no, he actually has to mark a location if he wants to appear there later. Whereas Kaguya can just kind of do whatever she wants and appear in any arbitrary location without marking it. That's my interpretation. Dr. Strangle says Viz overuses space-time. When she says this is my space-time, she just says space. Oh yeah, so that was something that that Noodles was saying before, is that the use of the term space-time by well, it's time and space rather than space-time, but the use of this term by what's his name, Laxetsu, is actually inaccurate, and it should just be space. If that is the case, I would be curious to know what the actual translation is. Do you happen to know what that might be? H&H says the existence of Yomotsu Hirasaka completely debunks the literal interpretation of Amino Minaka's Databook entry, because it shows that she does not create them every time she transfers to a different dimension. They just exist. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that there's a translation, or there's an interpretation rather, of what she's doing as like rewriting reality in an instant. I think I just kind of spoiled it there. But no, she's not literally destroying and recreating the world every single time she warps between spaces, because for one, she puts, like, I think at one point she is in one place, Naruto and Sakura is in another place, and then Kakashi and Obito are in another place, or something like that. Those aren't the exact distributions, but I think there's a point in which, like, they are inhabiting concurrently 3 different places simultaneously. And if that were the case, then that wouldn't make sense if there was only one place that was getting rewritten every single time, right? And it's made very clear by the use of the expansive truth-seeking orb that a feat like that is required to rewrite the dimension. So maybe she could do that, but she'd have to constantly be spewing out ETSOs in order to pull it off. The Amino Minaka is not the ETSO, right? It's not what's working, and or that's not how that works. And Kakashi even says, I think I have it up here, right? Like when they first show up, and this is the thing that I was like, let's all make sure to remember this for later. But when they first get pulled into this place, he says she summoned an alternate dimension, right? Now, granted, this is at the beginning of the fight. This is 680, and it takes him a while to figure out exactly what's happening. But his first hypothesis is not she remade the entire world. And nobody else here says that she remade the entire world, right? They're being transported to different places. So, yeah, they just exist. Yeah, it's just because it's a bit confusing, I think. Dr. Strangle, in Sage's Dojo in translation requests, part of these has been retranslated by Acolyte. Oh, awesome, yeah. Acolyte helped me with some translations for the stream from some of the Boruto, the movie novelization stuff. So their work seems has been really great and has been really helpful. So I'll have to check those out too. And that's fine if it turns out to be space. I think we should just use whatever the most accurate translation is. But either way, like, space is not universe, right? So.
To Hirasaka, both of these jutsu allow the user to shift into other space-times and dimensions at will.
Yeah, so, yes, shift into other places.
Final thing I found in regards to Kaguya and her dimensions is this statement from Kakashi, which directly says Kaguya was going to rewrite the entire world and compared it to a Genjutsu.
Okay, remember how we talked about that before? So, again, just to be very clear, Kakashi earlier in that fight says, I was right, it's not a Genjutsu. It's not a Genjutsu. I was right, it's not a Genjutsu. Don't tell me she summoned an alternate dimension. Now, again, granted, this is the beginning of the fight, and they're not entirely sure what's happening. But the first thing that happens when they're transported is that Kakashi says, is that lava below? Is this a Genjutsu? No, the feel of it, it's real. So we have 2 statements from him that it is not a genjutsu to his assessment. Now let's get to that statement as well, where he's talking to Sakura about what's happening, which will be easier now that the site seems to be back online. So it doesn't mention what chapter it's in, so I'm going to need to scroll for a second, but this entire fight only takes like 10 chapters, so it won't take us long to get there. I think it's probably the next one. It's when they go up in the ice space. Oh, okay, here's another thing. Chapter 682. Let's see what Kakashi says. The power to forcibly drag us all into this dimension, that's not genjutsu. Okay, once again, the power to forcibly drag us all into this dimension, that's not genjutsu. This is a totally different scale. She's like a god. Okay, so it's not genjutsu. Remember when Kakashi was affected by the Tsukuyomi for the first time? Basically, he was looking at Itachi and he was in the real world in 1 minute, and then in the next instance, he was just in this completely different like hellscape, nightmarescape, right? That's why he's comparing this to a genjutsu. It's also interesting to note that there are like structures and buildings, and quite elaborate ones here, right? Like, look at this architecture that's in one of Kaguya's worlds. I think you see a palace like that in every one of the spaces if you look closely in the background. Anyway, when Kakashi, yeah, so here we go. This is in chapter 682. When Kakashi is first brought into Tsukuyomi, it's like an instantaneous shift of himself. Like, his perception is that he's now in a completely different space in the blink of an eye. And that's what Kaguya is doing. He's bringing them all to a different space, like in an instant, like the snap of fingers, right? So now, Kakashi, they're being pulled into the ice world, and Kakashi says, this place, did we shift dimensions again? And then Sakura's statement is, whose jutsu's effects are we seeing, Naruto? And Naruto is not sure. And Kakashi says, it feels the same as when we were taken to the previous lava world, so taken to the world. I'm pretty sure this is the work of the enemy. To rewrite the world in an instant and make it reality, this really is like Genjutsu, an ice world this time. On what principle, right? So he's trying to figure out what's happening, because Kaguya is doing this over and over again, and she's massively changing the environment around them. And he's wondering if it's like a genjutsu, because it's very, very similar. But he's already come to the conclusion previously that it's not literally a genjutsu, right? And there are multiple statements to the effect that they are being pulled into different worlds. So I am frustrated that he decided that rather than presenting all that information together as what he would refer to as a conglomerate and consistency, instead of that, he just takes this one panel completely out of context and doesn't give us the opportunity to view all that data together and make an informed decision about it. And that's what I mean about like discouraging dissent, right? It's not a genjutsu. It's very, very clear if you look at all the other examples. Yeah. H&H Debate says Naruto pacing really got sorry. So Buns in the war arc took 200 chapters to beat Madara and 15 to beat Kaguya. Yeah, it's it was all over the place. We got more time with like Inkaku and Ginkaku than we did with fucking Pain coming back from the dead. We got like 2 whole chapters. We got as much time with Mifune and Hanzo as we did with Itachi and Pain reuniting with Naruto, which is really weird. I think technically there's one more chapter in their fight, but yeah. Not that I don't like Asuma, but we got nearly half as much time in that part of the war arc with like Asuma around as we did with the entirety of Kaguya's dimensional shifts and all that. Yeah, the pacing is pretty definitively inconsistent.
This obviously supports the Databook statement earlier that said she was going to destroy and recreate everything, and the
everything within her own space, not like the entirety of existence.
Statement from Zetsu, which said this is the beginning of a new space. The reason it's important to note the Genjutsu aspect of this statement is because Kaguya also has the capability of turning Genjutsu into reality, but we'll talk more about that later.
I don't think she does. but let me hold off judgment until we get there.
After looking
Yeah, we're gonna talk about the the Izanagi in a little bit.
at all of this information, I believe it's impossible to deny that Kaguya is universal, but she's not the only one. This
Okay, let me be clear. Kaguya is not universal. I deny that Kaguya is universal. There you go. Wasn't that hard? Definitely wasn't impossible. It's actually pretty easy. I'll do it again. I deny that Kaguya is universal. Because even if, like, Kaguya is creating these spaces by using Genjutsu and turning Genjutsu into reality, again, we've gotten 0 scaling for any of these spaces. Remember, from a power scaling perspective, power scaling terminology, being universal means that you could output enough energy to destroy our known universe, or do a similar creation feat, or similar energy expenditure feat. And so far, we've gotten no scaling as to the size of these spaces that Kaguya is in. So even if she can create a space using an ETSO that is equivalent to a galaxy, we haven't even gotten that measurement. The 10 galaxies, 100 galaxies, we haven't gotten that measurement. We haven't gotten any size scaling for the planets, for the moons, for the suns, the stars, or anything else. We really have no idea how much energy Kaguya is output. At best, we can say that she outputs the energy of the 10 tails plus Madara plus all of the shinobi in the world that she's absorbed through the god tree to an exponential degree, right? So if you got a calc for all of the shit that anybody's ever done in the series, and then you multiply it by some arbitrary exponent, then you could start to get a calc, like a number to put to it. I don't know what exponent that would be, right? Because saying that somebody is crazy strong or exponentially stronger than she was before, how do you quantify that? But even if we just like came up with some random number like 1 million, again, we're talking about blowing up 4 quintillion black holes as round 1. So the numbers that you would have to come up with to make that work are just insane. Maybe you could do it, maybe it's possible, but that hasn't been done here. And then again, keep in mind how we're gonna how are we gonna get this to Naruto and Sasuke scaling to universal? Because even if Kaguya herself can output universal levels of energy, that would make her universal, but it says nothing about any other character inherently, right? For Naruto to be universal based off scaling to Kaguya, Kaguya would have to have universal durability, and then Naruto would have to be able to damage her with her universal durability. So it's possible for a character to have universal attack power, but not have universal defense. So to scale her to anybody else, we first need to figure out what her defense is. We first need to know how durable she is. And then we can talk about other characters that can overcome her durability, and then we can get scaling for them based off of that. It would be a durability feat for her. But in order to determine her durability, we need to find something else that hurt her that was that gives us an anti-feat, that gives us an upper limit, right? Some statement or something else like that to actually show what her maximum demonstrable durability actually is, because otherwise we just don't have enough data. So even if Kaguya had been proven by the video at this point to be able to output universal levels of energy, that doesn't help us scale any other character in the verse unless we can figure out her durability. And even if she can just like create and rewrite entire universes, or I shouldn't say universes, I should say dimensions, like at the blink of an eye over and over again, if she can do what an ETSO does just at will an infinite number of times, how big are those spaces? What is she actually doing in terms of her energy expenditure in order to make the, like, how much energy does it take to use the what is it called? I always forget the name. Yomotsu Hirasaka. Yeah, Yomotsu Hirasaka. How much energy does that actually cost to use, right? So far, really, we're just getting started. We've really just gotten a collection of evidence that now we should be analyzing and figuring out together. In no way have we proven that Kaguya is universal. So yes, I deny it. I'll say it a third time. It wasn't even hard to do. And I want to hear better arguments. I'm not saying we can't have the conversation, but so far there's no reason to like to close the book on this. You know? So H&H says, Genjutsu into reality, bro. If he brings up road to, hey H&H, guess what? Guess what happens around this point? You see in the little preview. I don't want to spoil it for you, but you know who those characters are, what they might be doing, what conversation they might be having about Madara creating another world with Genjutsu, for example. I hate to break it to you, but the final third of this video, basically from the 16-minute mark forward, is going to be about Road to Ninja and a couple other things like that. He's going to start off basically by saying that Road to Ninja is canon, right? Because it was written by Kishimoto, and if you don't think it is, then you're nitpicking and biased, and you have no right to say so. That's basically how it starts. Yep. Well, that's why I'm here. I'm trying to help. Because I watched Road to Ninja, and I read the comic, like the the one shot that's like the preview. And I don't know if you're familiar with it, but just to give you a little preview. Actually, see if I can I pull it up on here? Road to Naruto the movie. This one? Forget. This maybe? Yeah, this is the one. Okay, so this is on mangapark.io. Most of what this is, so sorry, just to be clear, the Road to Ninja is a movie that came out that occurs after the Pain fight but before the war, but also Naruto already knows Killer Bee, so it kind of doesn't fit with the timeline at all. But anyway, the idea here is that Obito as Madara, or Madara, quote unquote, has the 7 Biju, and he basically wants to try to use a trial run of the infinite Tsukuyomi using the 7 Biju, which he's going to call the limited Tsukuyomi. And in order to do that, he basically has this crystal ball, and he's going to use the crystal ball to cast the Genjutsu on Naruto and Sakura. I think he plans just on Naruto at first, but then he winds up bringing Sakura into it too. So here's the crystal ball. He uses it as a medium to cast the limited Tsukuyomi and draw the two of them into this Genjutsu world, which is getting misinterpreted as creating a universe. Okay. Now, there's a bunch of reasons why this isn't canon that I'll talk about in the next stream. I just want to make sure I lay them all out. But this manga here is a one-shot, and this happens right before the movie. So it's like the night before the movie actually takes place. And here's Obito looking at his crystal ball, and what he specifically wants to do is he wants to figure out what Naruto's desires are, because if he can pull Naruto into a dream and like tempt him and torment him with his desires, like his inner heart's desire, then he thinks he can weaken Naruto's psyche enough that he might be able to just steal the Nine Tails while Naruto is like all fucked up in that dream world, right? So before he does that, though, he needs to watch Naruto through the crystal ball to figure out what his desires are, so that he can then make the dream world tailored to Naruto's desires. So this whole manga is basically just people hanging out in Konoha, and then Lee is like, you look lonely, let's go eat barbecue. And then everybody goes to eat barbecue, but they're all stinky and dirty because they've been on missions. And then so Lee's like, hey, let's go to the public bathhouse. And then the rest of the manga is just them hanging out in the bathhouse and then being friends. And then Hinata has the big booba. And then Sakura, I'm sorry if that sounded crude, but literally she is just like timid about her physical appearance and her large breasts. And then Sakura gets self-conscious and then goes and like hides in the water because she's jealous of Hinata's large breasts. And then they're like bathing and getting ready to go in, and then Naruto looks down at Shino's crotch, and then he says he has a huge larva near his crotch, and then he makes fun. Oh, and then he praises Shino for having a large thing between his legs, and he's very excited and very happy about the large thing between his legs. And then they just hang out in the bath, and then Choji goes into the bath water and with his he's just off in a battle, and he's all stinky and grimy and gross, and he jumps into the bath, and then he like makes himself bigger, and then his like fat belly like pushes out the water and like makes it so that they don't have to refill the bath, and and the bath is full of their bath water. And then Lee comes in and falls into the women's section, and everybody gets mad at him for being a pervert and yells at him and chases him out, and he's like crying. And then they want to beat him up for that, and then Naruto steps in to help him, and then it turns out that Naruto also has like some bra on him or something. So they think that they stole Sakura's underwear, and then they beat the shit out of him. And then his friends all show up, and they hang out, and they have fun and play cards. So most of this is just like weird, like slightly ecchi, like naked bath time humor, I guess. And if you want to think that all this is canon, I mean, it could be, right? It doesn't conflict with the timeline per se, but this is where we start for the Road to Ninja stuff. Right? So Obito, think about this. Obito is an adult, and he's looking at all of these like naked teenagers in a bath through his crystal ball for like an hour. And then he uses that to make a dream world to try and bother one of them. So yeah. I wonder why this didn't come up in the discussion of the Multiversal Naruto. This doesn't get mentioned, of course. Big surprise, right? Anyway. Sorry, I have to go back and read some chats. Saria says, in other words, Kakashi was scared out of his mind, and he was stressing trying to figure out what Kaguya was doing. Yes, exactly. Like, he didn't know what was happening. He'd never been exposed to something like this before, and he was doing his best. But the conclusion that he comes to is that it's probably not a Genjutsu, and in retrospect, we as a group can look at that and determine that it's correct. It's not a Genjutsu. Internet says, guys, we need to stop this, yes. If there are like inlaid timeline inconsistencies, I don't know why I have to necessarily think everything Kishimoto writes is canon, especially when it is promotional material. Yeah, exactly. Like, why can't an author just write a fun spin-off story for fun? Why does everything have to be fit into this one very particular outlook of the series? Like, everything has to necessarily fit into the same canon. And the thing is, right, like, I'll give you a preview. I want to kind of map things out in a better way, but here's a preview of the Road to Ninja thing. Basically, at one point, did I write it down here? No, I don't think so. At one point in the story, Naruto goes to Tsunade and says, "Hey, Tsunade, Tsunade calls Naruto into her office, and she says, you got to be careful because there's a bunch of people out there like hunting down Jinchuriki, and they just stole a Jinchuriki from the land of like from Kumogakure." And he says, "Oh shit, is Killer B okay? Is Killer B, like, he's not hurt, is he?" And she says, no, they got some random lady called Yugito. I don't know, it's not a big deal." And so the thing is, Naruto is also referred to as the hero who saved the village from pain, but everybody's calling Obito Madara. So this means that the pain fight is over, and people should be preparing for the war. Like, they should be preparing for the 5 Kage Summit at the very least. But Naruto apparently has gone to train on the Turtle Island, and he's trained with Killer B and knows him by name and is like friends enough with him to care about him. But then I guess they let him out of the island, even though it's in the middle of the war at that point, and then he goes back to Konoha and just hangs out for a while with everybody else, and like nothing's going wrong, like nobody's talking about the war effort or whatever. Naruto also like mentions to Kurama, "Hey, I'll just use KCM1." He doesn't call it that, he calls it like QB Chakra Mode. So he does have KCM1 in this movie, but is also in Konoha hanging out with no war happening. So I just don't know how to reconcile that with the events that happen in the canon timeline. It doesn't make any sense, right? Maybe I'm missing something, but that's just one of the things. There's a bunch of other stuff I want to talk about, but I want to kind of stay semi-on topic for today. Sorry for the coughing. Nah, this is real, totally not filler. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely 100%. Saria says, Dr. Strangle, if you think arguments like these are funny, you should see the Dragon Ball 6D because of random board game stuff. Oh, I'm really curious now. I need to know what that's all about. Yeah, this seems like a pivotal aspect of Naruto's canon. Yeah, man, like all the real stories take place in the bathhouse. Oh, oh, hey there. So I'm gonna try to pronounce your name. Hope I get it right. Let me know if I'm off base, though. I know how annoying it is to have your name mispronounced. Is it Karai Pantera, or Karai? Anyway, welcome. Hope you're doing okay. Having a good weekend. Thanks for checking out the stream. Infinite chakra means infinite energy. Yes, probably. I guess that assumes like a perfect ratio of chakra output to energy output. But I guess if it's infinite, then it doesn't even have to be fully efficient. So probably. I'm skeptical of there being any actual infinite source of chakra. Well, there is the Edo Tensei, and Edo Tensei have endlessly regenerating stamina, which means they can keep producing chakra as many times as they want. So they effectively have infinite chakra. But it's important to point out, though, that like that doesn't mean that they can, like, you never see an Edo Tensei output like a fireball that just keeps on going and going and going and then like consumes the whole world or something like that, obviously, right? Because they still have to gather the chakra, like they have to mold chakra and then gather it and then release it. And their ability to do so is based on stamina, and so they need to like they consume that stamina and then they get it back. So they do kind of have infinite chakra when you think about it, but it's also not like they can output an infinite arbitrary amount of chakra at any given time. It's just that they can continue to infinitely use it like over and over again in shorter bursts, if that makes sense. Was that what you were referring to? Dr. Strangle, does it really have to be canon that Obito downloads PDF files? It doesn't have to, but it is. I mean, well, here's the thing. You could just say that Rota Ninja is not canon, and which I don't think it is. And you could just dismiss this as like a gag, you know, like a bathhouse gag episode, which is, I guess, a trope in a lot of manga and anime, right? Like, I remember Gurren Lagann, just for no fucking reason, as an episode where they all go to a bathhouse, and it's the same kind of humor. It's like this sort of like ecchi, don't be peeping toms style humor, and it doesn't really have anything to do with the plot. I guess it's like a bonding moment for the characters. But I remember hearing that was kind of thrown in there because it's such a trope that they wanted to do like a parody of it or something. But then I think Katana Gatari I also saw around the same time, and that had a similar thing. So it could just be one of those tropes, and we could just dismiss it as that, I suppose. But I mean, Obito does have you know, his Rin hang-ups. So let's see. Karai says the damn Uchihas could manipulate reality with the Izanagi, same Izanagi who is literally nothing compared to the Rikudo energy. Yeah, we're actually going to talk about the Izanagi at a later point in the video. However, manipulating reality doesn't mean that you have full control over all aspects of reality. My understanding of the manipulation via Izanagi is that the user is rewriting their own reality. So something terrible happens to them, they can essentially rewrite what happened to them as a dream. In fact, since we're going to talk about it later anyway, let me pull up the Danzo fight real quick. So let's see, 477. I might actually have it up somewhere. Let's see. 477. So this is the Danzo versus Sasuke fight, and obviously Danzo uses this ability multiple times to kind of negate his own demise. Let's listen to what he says about it specifically. Is it? Oh, this is not the first mention of it. This is just my first note about it. Okay, so he does mention Itachi's ability to freely manipulate time within the dreamscape. But that's not quite what we're talking about. Okay, we're almost there. I think it's right after. Gotta be around here somewhere, right? You're right after this. Karin is able to kind of figure it out. All right, here we go. Izanagi, right? This is the first mention of it in 478, and here's 479. And this is what Obito says about it, right? The Izanagi, where for a few seconds span of time, anything disadvantageous to the caster, damage, or even death can be rewritten as a dream, right? So we know that the ocular genjutsu of the Mangekyo, like Izanagi, Izanami, Korowa Matsukami, and Tsukuyomi are essentially dream manipulation techniques, I guess you could call them. Like Tsukuyomi definitely is, right? But more to the point, they're genjutsu, they're illusion techniques. And so whereas the Tsukuyomi tricks someone into thinking that they are in an illusory space that's not really there, instead this is like tricking your own self using, like, turning bad things that have happened to you from reality into dreams instead of turning something from a dream into reality. Now that doesn't mean that Danzo is using it to like rewrite the entire universe or something like that, right? Or create a branching timeline or anything like that. Instead, it's more using the power of the Izanami to rewrite all the damage that happened to his body specifically, kind of reconstruct an additional version of himself that hasn't been subjected to the negative things that he had just gone through. Hopefully that makes some sense. See, anything advantageous such as the caster's attacks are kept as part of reality, an ultimate genjutsu cast upon oneself that blurs the border between fantasy and reality, right? So he's not actually affecting the world around him beyond his own purview, beyond his own self, right? He's turning things that happened to himself from fantasy into reality, but physically, realistically, what's happening is he's just like reconstructing himself after he gets hurt. Right. But let's take a look at some more comments here. Really appreciate the discussion. It's been super fun today, guys. Let's see. If we use plot inconsistencies and contradictions to disprove other things like novels and databook statements, why does the same not apply to a spin-off written by the author? Because it just serves the person's agenda, I guess. You know, like, let me say this. I don't want to assume, like, malicious intent. I think sometimes it's kind of inevitable, or kind of very apparent that there is some kind of shady stuff happening, unfortunately. But a lot of the times I think what probably happens is just, like, I want evidence on how the Izanagi works, so I'm just going to Google Izanagi and look at the pictures that come up on Google Images, and then I'll say, like, okay, I'll just pick one of these and then, like, copy it and paste it into my document and then move on and continue doing that. And if you do that, you get a sense of what's happening in the moment. You get maybe a literal definition of the thing, but you don't get like a full, complete understanding of, say, genjutsu as a concept. Like, how do they work? Like, what about the mind and the eyes of an Uchiha actually enable this technique? All you get is that one little fragment of it. And so I think if that's your approach to things, again, I'm making some assumptions here, but if you approach things in terms of just like looking for individual like fragments and segments that support particular arguments, as opposed to trying to put everything together in context, that's when things kind of get misunderstood and misrepresented. So let's see. Saria Zapona says, yeah, I don't think we have anything with infinite chakra. Yeah, agreed. Even the Ten Tails has nearly infinite chakra. And I think that statement is probably hyperbolic as well, right? Because it's based on the reputation that the Ten Tails has, given its status as like this mythological creator deity type thing. But we don't actually ever see it do anything on that level. Like, infinite is really big. We don't see it display power to that extent ever. So I'm not sure that that statement in and of itself is really reliable to be taken at face value. Now, granted, we don't ever see the Ten Tails at full power, so that does kind of muddy the waters a bit. If you added Naruto and B's full chakra to it, that would change things somewhat, but still, they individually have finite amounts of chakra, so I don't know how we're getting from that to infinite chakra, right? And you're right, he does say nearly as well. Don't the antidote tensei have infinitely refilling, but don't they have their normal max chakra? Yeah, I think that's how it works, right? Is that it gets a little confused because sometimes stamina is used interchangeably with chakra, or they're kind of represented in the same way. But how it works is you use your physical and mental energies and combine them together to produce stamina, and then you can use stamina to produce chakra, and then you can use chakra to produce jutsu, basically. And so the way that what we're told, I think, is that the fucking Edo Tensei have infinitely regenerating stamina, which means that they will have their mental energy and their physical energy restored, and then they can make stamina for jutsu over and over again. But they can't like make jutsu that scale infinitely. Their techniques and abilities and limitations are basically the same as when they were alive. It's just that when they run out of their current amount of stamina, it just comes right back after that, and they can just keep doing it over and over again. Dr. Strangle says the output isn't infinite. The energy of the androids in DBZ have infinite energy, but the amount they output is SSA level. Yeah, I would be curious to see more evidence of statements of infinite energy output that are non-hyperbolic, because I just haven't seen any evidence for that. And again, like, energy input versus energy output depends on the individual character and how they're actually doing that, right? So I'd be curious to just see more context for that. Karai says the databook says that Jubi has a demi-infinite chakra or infinite chakra. The immortality... Oh, so you're kind of answering my question. That's great. The immortality Kaguya or Madara has, isn't that for infinite chakra? I don't think so. I'd be happy to look over those databook statements. I think they might actually be coming up in the video shortly. But basically, my position on the databooks is that they are pretty inconsistent and unreliable. A lot of the stuff in them is very hyperbolic and sometimes just outright inaccurate. Everything from the second databook saying that Tsunada's heavenly foot of pain, no one and nothing could avoid pulverization if taking a full hit from it, which would put her at like basically universal AP, which is kind of silly. But then like simpler stuff like Datara's clay clone in the third databook says that there is no jutsu that can escape from this. But of course, like Sasuke gets away from it, no problem, right? So I would be very skeptical about any hyperbolic statements like that coming from the databooks. I don't think that Kaguya should be considered immortal either, because she's an Otsutsuki, and we know that Hagoromo died, at least his physical body died. And the other Otsutsuki, like Momoshiki, seem to be pretty obsessed with consuming those chakra pills to extend their life, which to me suggests that they do decay and get old. It's also, like, depending on the translation, it also seems like Kinshiki is described as being like a father figure or an elder to Momoshiki. So they do seem to be able to age and to like progress in their aging, not just in terms of time elapsed, but in terms of their bodies degrading, and feel a strong incentive to reverse that. So I don't think that any of those characters have infinite chakra, personally.
Into reality, but we'll talk more about that later. After looking at all of this information, I believe it's impossible to deny that Kaguya is universal, but she's not the only one. The Sage of Six Paths, or Hagoromo, has a multitude of statements that help solidify him in that tier as well.
Yeah, so we've already... Sorry. We've already gone over a lot of these, so we'll probably skim through, or probably won't pause as much during this section. If you want me to go over everything again, anything again, please let me know. Also, apologies for the... Probably going to hear some clacking sounds in the background. I'm trying to take a cough drop so I don't just cough the whole fucking time.
Stated on the Uchiha Stone tablet that Hagoromo wrote ages ago. On this tablet, it is said that the Rinnegan possesses the power of two opposing forces that made everything in creation in the universe.
Okay, wait, let me listen to what he said specifically. Actually, sorry. Okay. Karai says the conceptual manipulation, the Rinnegan and Rikudo energy isn't a good argument. It depends. What argument are you referring to specifically? I want to make sure that I don't strawman any argument that you're referring to. My understanding, and I think we're about to get to this actually, is that the like creation of all things and conceptual manipulation that those characters can do is it's using like light shadow and shadow style, like Inton and is the other one Yoton? Inton and Yoton? To manipulate energies that already exist. So even though Hagoromo's ability is called the creation of all things, what it actually does is it lets him use these like fundamental natural forces to manipulate things in his environment. And so he can imagine something in his head, like he can be like, I want like just a big fucking pizza, the most delicious pizza in the world. And he imagines it, and in his head it appears as like an illusion. And then he can use, like shadow style to start to give it form, and then light style to actually give it, like fill it with life, I think is the way that it gets phrased, right? So he can make this vague imagination thing in his head into something solid, and then he can fill that solid thing with actuality and with life and bring it into the world. But he's making it out of energy, and he's using energy to to do that, right? He's manipulating forces using other forces to then make them solid and tangible. And in a way, that's kind of the principle behind the creation of jutsu itself, isn't it? When you think about the fact that you're using your mental and spiritual energy, and then you're also using physical energy, you have the ethereal and the physical, you're gathering those two things up inside you, and then you're molding them and kneading them together. And then once you have this substance called chakra, you can basically use it to make anything you want, right? You can use it to make fire or water. You can use it to make something solid. You can use it to conjure like lightning bolts. So there are probably some limitations. I don't think you can do literally anything. Like you couldn't make a computer with a new Call of Duty on it or something like that, right? But that being said, you can still infuse it into other things. So you can make the soldier chakra pills out of it. You can infuse it into trees to generate that chakra paper, or to just stimulate life, wood style. Or like when Naruto's, I think like his six paths chakra, or not six paths, his KCM2 chakra interacts with some of the no, I'm sorry, it's actually KCM1, isn't it? When his KCM1 chakra interacts with the white Zetsu clones, it just causes them to start like growing and sprouting tree limbs and like leaves and stuff like that, because his chakra itself is stimulating the life energy around him. So that's all basically using the same principles. It's just Hagoromo was the founder, the originator of chakra, and so he uses it to a much greater and deeper extent, is my understanding. Karai says soul, existential, material, reality, and dimensional manipulation. I think it's fair to say that all of those things fall within his purview, because the Ningendo and the Jigokudo paths of like the paths of pain can rip people's souls out and guide them to heaven. They can recall people's souls from the underworld and stuff like that. I should say the Pure Land, not heaven. And being able to potentially create dimensions like Kamui dimension or Kaguya's dimensions or whatnot, that would count. Yeah, so I think he can do all of those things, at least to some extent. But I've yet to see evidence that he could do that on the scale of being able to like rewrite an entire universe.
On the Uchiha stone.
Again, I know this is going to be on my fucking gravestone, but 4 quadrillion black holes.
Tablet that
500 cigarettes.
Hagoromo wrote ages ago. On this tablet it is...
Okay, so important to keep in mind that this was edited by Black Zetsu, so it's slightly inaccurate. But that being said, Madara also can't decode the full thing because he doesn't have the Rinnegan at this point. And so what he's saying is one god seeking stability split into light and shadow. And I think it says it is from these opposing forces that all things in creation arise, or something like that. Let's listen to what Noodle says, and then let's read what the tablet says.
Of which is stated on the Uchiha stone tablet that Hagoromo wrote ages ago. On this tablet it is said that the Rinnegan possesses the power of two opposing...
It's metal in your lungs, yes.
forces that made everything in creation in the universe.
Okay, so he said forces that...
Rinnegan possesses the power of two opposing forces that made everything in creation in the universe.
Okay, right, so the Rinnegan, it's not quite what it says, but it's basically the same. The Rinnegan possesses the power of the two opposing forces that gave rise to everything in the universe. So yes, the Rinnegan itself can use the same sorts of powers and operates on the same basic principles as everything else in the universe. So, for example, if I had a weapon that basically, like, I'm gonna make up some sci-fi bullshit here, but if it, like, stripped the atoms out of things, right, and it was called the atom manipulator, and it just fired, like, this stream of fundamental forces that would rip through anything that it touched, and like disassemble the protons and the neutrons and stuff like from the nuclei and like rip them apart of anything that it touched. You could argue that the weapon I had was using like the fundamental forces of the universe, and that potentially, if I were to shoot it at pretty much anything, that it could destroy it, right? If it's just ripping the atoms apart. But let's say I pointed at a black hole, and does it actually like manage to rip apart the black hole? Does it actually disintegrate it? Does it have enough energy and spread, and do I have enough time to like swing it around and use it to wipe out everything in the universe? Or does it still have limitations? using the principles, using the mechanisms that underlie everything does not mean that it has the power of everything, is my point. I keep laughing at the metal in your lungs thing. Karai says with a really, really big or infinite chakra, it's possible. I think it depends. I think it depends on how the chakra is used and by whom, in what circumstances. I like the idea of, you know, considering that there could be some chakra god out there somewhere in the universe that could potentially make another universe. I mean, at the end of the day, we don't have an explanation, as far as I've seen, as to how the entire Naruto universe came to be. As far as I'm concerned, we haven't even figured that out about our own universe yet. And so the idea that Kishimoto maybe has a plan, or Ikemoto even have a plan for how to explain the origins of the universe itself on some cosmic scale is kind of interesting. I'd be curious to see where they go with it. But these are characters who, as far as I know, don't even really know what a solar system is. Like, they probably do. I think there's mentions of astronomical signs and stuff like that. Well, astrological signs, I should say. So, you know, this particular society, diegetically, in the world of Naruto, I don't know how much they actually know about how the celestial bodies around them work, right? So, I don't know if it's really fair to say that they understand the origins of the universe. It seems to me to make more sense that their understanding is based on, you know, folklore and legend and myth, and then some, you know, verging on science, especially when we get into Boruto. We have literal scientists. Yeah, I don't think that they've figured everything out. That's metal in your lungs, said Hidan before taking Asuma's life to spare him from the metal in his lungs. Yeah, Hidan was misunderstood. He was just, you know, trying to save people from pain. Oftentimes it was the pain that he himself caused them. But, you know, at the end of the day, he was helping them, right? Technically speaking, when Hidan was done fighting people, they stopped feeling the pain that he was causing them at the end of it. So can you really say he was such a bad guy? Joking, of course. The Gurodamas could delete and affect something like souls and dimensions too. Yeah, probably. I think that the Gurodama that was going to erase Kaguya's dimension was... My understanding of that was that it was going to disintegrate everything in that dimension and then, like, let Kaguya rebuild it from scratch. And soul, I don't know. I'm guessing because, you know, Naruto can grab onto his soul as it's leaving his body, with his, like, KCM chakra arms, that probably you can make physical contact with souls in Naruto. And if so, and the Truth Seeker orbs contain all different natures and all that, then probably they could probably obliterate them. Hidan was the hero we didn't deserve or needed, but the hero we had. Yeah, Hidan was definitely there. You know, he was definitely one of the Naruto characters of all time. I actually, I do quite like him. I wish he'd had a little bit. I wish he'd come back as a as an Edo Tensei. Although I guess it would have been kind of redundant because he was like semi-immortal anyway. Yeah.
This statement gets mistranslated a lot due to the weird use of language, but the kanji used in this statement is Shinra Bansho.
Okay, one second.
Translated a lot due to the weird use of language, but the creation.
There's nothing that... Okay, again, like, what is the mistranslation? Like, what about this is mistranslated? What about it is weirdly used language? I don't see anything particularly weird about this. This is all, you know, this all seems pretty consistent with what we see in the series.
In the universe. This statement gets mistranslated a lot due to the weird use of language, but the kanji used in this statement is Shinra Bansho.
I think we might have actually talked about this previously on stream. I can't remember. Shinra Bansho. Okay. Yeah. So let's just take a little look together as a group, okay? Shinra Bansho means all of nature, and I think those are the right characters, right? We got the one... Yep, it looks like the right characters, so that's fine. It's kind of funny that, like, there's a watermark in the back that says Japanese fantasy words, which is not bad necessarily. It's just like, you could have looked this up in a dictionary and actually provided a full definition. And it's just kind of silly that that's where it's coming from. But yeah, I think I looked this up before, and like that phrase. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. It's a brand of chocolate wafers. So what he's saying, actually, Hagoromo, is that he makes good chocolate snacks. Sorry, Noodles. Sorry, career ended. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, um, but it's funny. Shinobanso definition: all of creation, all of nature, all things in the universe. Yeah, that's fine, right? All creation, all nature, all the universe. Yeah, that's good. So the translation is fine of these particular kanji, but I guess we're just supposed to assume that this here is Shinra Bansho.
Played it a lot.
Okay. I really wish we actually had the raw, but whatever. Karai says Minato gets totally destroyed after Maru touches him with the Gudam. Yeah, exactly. They cause anything to be like negated and destroyed, and they don't regenerate too, right? Like his body doesn't regenerate after being touched by it. But his soul doesn't get destroyed. So I do wonder if the Gurodama had like fully touched his entire body, like expanded to cover his whole body, if his soul would have like escaped, quote unquote, and gone back up to the Pure Land, or if it would have gotten destroyed as well. Maybe he needs to destroy the tag in his head in order to have that happen. I'm not sure. Saria says, I think the truth-seeking orb just nullified jutsu. Yeah. So when he returns to the Pure Lands, he'll get his arms back. Oh, yeah, for sure. Assuming that they have, like, they maintain their full, like, human body, style body when they get there, then yeah.
Due to the weird use of language, but the kanji used in this statement is Shinra Bansho. I've compiled multiple definitions of Shinra Bansho, which amounts to all things and all phenomena, all things in the universe, any event between heaven and earth, and simply everything.
Okay, again, like, those definitions are kind of correct. I think they're totally fine, actually. These seem to be the correct kanji, but, like, it is kind of funny to me that he says I've compiled all these, but doesn't actually show them. He just shows, like, the one that he got. So here's the translation, and then here's the one underneath it. There's nothing wrong with using, like, Oxford translation either, but if you really want to provide, like, a compilation of multiple different transliterations or translations, then maybe, like, do that and show them all on screen instead of just saying that you've done it off screen. Same thing with if you're going to say that this is incorrectly translated and this is what the kanji is, show the panel with the right kanji. Give your viewers some throw them a fucking bone.
So based upon this, we can say that it is most likely this kanji is referring to all things in the universe, and seeing as Hagoromo is a master of the Rinnegan, this would mean he wields the power of all creation. To support
Yeah, again, that's fine. Like he wields, if you look at that in context, he wields the power and the ability to like manipulate stuff with the fundamental forces. Let me read what he says again, actually. Okay, so these two polar opposites operating together that gives rise to all things. Okay, so it's not Hagoromo himself that is like in control of Shinra Bansho, right? Like he can't manipulate Shinra Bansho. What it's saying is that the polar opposites together give rise to all things in the universe, and then Hagoromo can use the forces of those two polar opposites, but that just means he can manipulate the forces themselves, light and shadow, as opposed to being able to command literally the entirety of the cosmos itself. It's a subtle distinction, but there is a difference, right?
But the kanji used in this statement is Shinra, simply everything. And seeing as Hagoromo is a master of the Rinnegan, this would mean he wields the power of all creation. To support this, in both entries for the Bansho Tenin and the Shinra Tensei, it is stated that they are able to pull in and repel all things in creation. This entry comes from the 4th Databook, which means it's likely referring to the full usage of these abilities rather than the ones we saw Nagato use.
Okay, so before we continue here, let's have him repeat that last statement.
That they are able to pull in and repel all things in creation. This entry comes from the 4th Databook, which means it's likely referring to the full usage of these abilities.
This entry comes from the 4th Databook, which likely means that it's referring to the full use of these abilities.
Rather than the ones we saw Nagato use.
Okay, so to paraphrase that, he's saying that the Shinra Tensei and the Bansho Tenin, which of course, like Shinra Bansho incorporates those words, like Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, Shinra Bansho, right? He's saying that the Shinra Tensei and the Bansho Tenin databook entries are in the 4th databook. And because they're in the 4th databook, they are probably actually referring to Hagoromo's use of them. and not to Nagato's use of them, right? So the entries that we're about to read about Shinra Tensei and Bancho Tenin come from the 4th data book, which means that they're not actually, in all likelihood, talking about Nagato. They're actually talking about Hagoromo. Because, I mean, if Nagato could actually like control all things in the universe, then that would definitely change his scaling, right? That would affect his scaling against characters like, oh, I don't know, Kakazu, for example. Right? So it can't be in reference to Pain's abilities. There's just no way. It's got to be in reference to Hagoromo's abilities, right? So we all agree on that, right? 4th data book, Hagoromo. Now we're going to look at Bancho Tenin, we're going to look at Shinra Tensei, and we're going to see how they're related to Hagoromo and not Nagato. Okay, so for 100 points, can anybody help me identify a potential issue with what I just said? I'll give a minute. It's subtle, but maybe one of you eagle-eyed viewers out there potentially see an issue with that statement. Maybe just one particular small inconsistency with that statement. Before I continue, Karai says, IMO without data books and highballing. Madara, Momoshiki, or Kaguya stops at solar system, multi-solar system at best. You know, I'm probably in agreement with you there. If you can... The databook statements are very hyperbolic for a lot of this stuff. Excuse me. I think that you could probably convince me that if Momoshiki or other Otsutsuki have been zooming around the universe, absorbing chakra from planets, like draining entire planets of chakra for a long time, and accumulating all that chakra, that potentially at some point they ascended, to like this demigod status, and they have the ability to create small solar systems, maybe small galaxies, but probably like more like solar system would be closer to the max cap. You could probably convince me of that with certain interpretations of Boruto things. That's much more believable, especially if we allow for the possibility of like the planets we're discussing to be Earth-sized or even smaller, or if we're allowing for the possibility that the stars are not necessarily as bright and massive as our sun. There are ways of probably making that happen, especially if you're like, maybe there are entire societies of Otsutsuki out there who have been alive for thousands of years. They've been draining the chakra from millions of or trillions of human type civilizations all over the place. Yeah, you could probably get me to agree to like a solar system type thing. That's not insane. Universe is a lot bigger. Kaguya didn't create suns in her dimensions. I think it's I think that the way that it's described in the series is that Kaguya did create the dimensions that she is in and like switching between. And I actually, this is a bit headcanon, I guess, but I like the idea that every time she makes a dimension, she has to like consume a planet. So each of those dimensions are representatives of like 6 or 5 or 6, however many it is, planets that she's consumed previously and then turned into her dimensions. I kind of like that idea. I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but I think that's basically it, right? Is that she's making those spaces. They're her spaces, she creates them, and they all seem to have a light source in them, so I think it's, the reason why people say that she can create stars or whatever is because you look up in some of the panels and it looks like there's a sun, and if she's creating a sun, well, obviously she's stellar, right? Sun level, assuming it's the same size as our sun. But the thing is that in the Naruto the Last movie, which I do think is canon, Naruto goes to the moon, and what's his name, Tonari, is there, and Tonari has like a whole civilization or like palace and city or whatever inside the moon, and it's lit up. He has a artificial sun that he's created inside the moon. Now obviously if that sun were outputting the same amount of energy as our sun, everybody in there would like be vaporized or like just like ripped apart, right? So it can't be. It's just a source of light. And so up until the point where that movie came out, I probably would have been like, okay, yeah, maybe she can create a sun and whine about it. But now we have a slightly different way of looking at it, as in like she can apparently Otsutsuki, like in character in canon, can create like spherical light sources that can light up entire small planets. So it would be in character for her to do something like that without necessarily creating an actual sun. Sorry, says I feel like I should be catching on, but my knowledge on Naruto lore is failing me because isn't very strong. That's no problem. I like that. It's like that meme of SpongeBob where his brain forgot his name. I feel like that happens to me like twice a day. What I was whining about here was that Noodles said that these are the abilities that Nagato uses, the Shinra Tensei and the Banzo Tenin, right? This is from the 4th data book. And he was saying that these entries are probably in reference to Hagoromo. Oh yeah, like how, yeah, that's a great analogy, sorry. Yeah, how he creates the moon with his energy. I think that might be exactly what's happening, honestly. And so like he's saying that these abilities are abilities that Hagoromo can use. And the reason he's saying that they're referencing Hagoromo rather than Nagato, because we know that Nagato uses Bancho Tenin and Shinra Tensei, is that they come from the 4th data book. But then on these pages, the users that are listed is only Nagato. And Nagato's abilities don't get described until the 4th data book, right? The 3rd data book doesn't cover the pain fight. It covers up to chapter like 390 or something. It covers the Sasuke versus Itachi fight, but that's it. It doesn't cover the pain fight. So we don't ever see these jutsu at all, ever, until the 4th data book. So again, the argument is these must be Hagoromo's abilities and not Nagato's abilities, but it's written right the fuck there. It's right there. Hagoromo's not a user of these abilities. Nagato is. And I think, and this is where it starts to be like, okay, maybe he's being dishonest here, right? Because the reason why he doesn't want to admit this is because he wants us to take this literally. He wants us to take the phrase, a power that is absolutely inevitable, divine palm that attracts everything in creation, invisible hand of God which repels anything in creation. He wants us to accept these things literally. But if we do accept them literally, and then by association we accept these statements literally, then we also have to accept the fact that they are in reference to Nagato, and then that puts Nagato as a user of the fundamental forces of creation, right? Because that's what this whole argument is about. And then that would totally change the way that we would look at like Kakuzu versus Pain, because Nagato now has the fundamental forces that Hagoromo does, and so we can't do that, right? So this is why, like, watch how the video flows, right?
That they're able to pull in and repel all things in creation. This entry comes from the 4th data book, which means it's likely referring to the full usage of these abilities rather than the ones we saw Nagato use.
Right, so when he starts talking about the fact that they're not apparently being used by Nagato, he takes the panels off the screen so we can't see the user, even though like we could just fucking hit the back button and see them. Because he's then pretending that these are quote unquote not full uses of the ability, that Nagato only used like a partial version of Shinra Tensei, a partial version of Bancho Tenin that wasn't Hagoromo's, and we know Hagoromo's is stronger because Hagoromo is not listed here because he's in the 4th data book. It's all just a bunch of shit. I'm sorry, but it's a bunch of shit, right? It's a bunch of bullshit. It's an attempt to try to move away, to have your cake and eat it too, to say that like this is my evidence for the fact that Hagoromo is universal or like whatever you want to call it as a result of this ability, but Pain doesn't get to benefit from that because this isn't a reference to Pain, even though it says it is. It's probably not actually talking about it. It's probably talking about like another version, because Pain probably just has another version that's never mentioned or described because he's not Hagoromo, but Hagoromo has a different one that's better, even though it's not listed here. So don't think about Kakuzu versus Pain. You know, it's really frustrating. Karai says multiple dwarf suns scales at high star level. Kaguya did it without problems apparently. If she actually did create multiple dwarf suns, then I'd have to concede that, right? I think that makes sense. I don't know for sure that she actually did that though. I'm not sure that we're really given enough information about how, like, what those light sources actually are for me to just agree with that at face value. But if you're correct, then yeah, you would have like accurate scaling there. I think that's fair. Nagato is low to mid country level at best. His AP hacks and something like that. made him dangerous as hell for other universes. Yeah, I think that a lot of Pain's upper combat potential comes from his hacks for sure. I personally don't feel the need to like highball him and say like put him much higher than that. In terms of, I don't think his energy output is what makes him is the most formidable part of his arsenal. Although it is definitely like a big deal. Yeah, that probably seems about right. Like I think his Biju, his like Chibaku Tensei and like Massive Shino Tensei and stuff like that have been calced at around low mid country. That's fine. Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. Maybe I'm harping on this point too much, but this just feels kind of shitty. Keeping in mind also that like Jutsu attracts any matter that exists. Do you really think that like Pain can just like pull in the sun? You know, that he could pull in a black hole. Any matter that makes up the target is forcibly pulled towards the palm. These are the final moments of the target since there are no ways to try to resist. Everyone is bowing to this gravitational attraction. Yeah, right. Like if you take this literally and apply it to Kakazu versus Pain, then I mean you could just say this literally says that Kakazu cannot resist this and he would just bow down, right? So this is like an instant win con, right? If you take it in the most literal possible sense. This is the final moments of the target, right? The force of gravitational attraction can be useful, making it possible to distract or pull an enemy towards an attack. Okay, the invisible hand of God, but of course Nagato is not literally a god. Again, that we're talking about how these statements are hyperbolic, especially when drumming up like hype for these particular jutsu descriptions. A power that is absolutely inevitable. Really, do we really think that nothing in the world can resist a Bancho Tenin or Shinra Tensei? I don't think so. I wouldn't describe Pain that way, not even like full body Nagato. Devapath Pain uses this jutsu using repulsive gravitational force generated in the user's hands to repel targets. The number of targets and their size do not interfere with the repulsive ability of this jutsu. So basically this is saying that like Pain could push back anyone of any size and any number, like the entire war if you wanted to. In addition, by stopping using the other pains and concentrating the chakra only for jutsu, the area affected can be greatly increased. With an attack of this power, Konohagara Sando is completely turned to ashes. Not entirely accurate. It wasn't like turned to ash. It didn't burn. Sorry, it didn't burn, right? After jutsu has been activated, there's an interval of 5 seconds. Yes. Okay. Forces the targets to collide with obstacles, increasing the initial damage. Only those who can manipulate all chakra natures. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so these are very clearly, very explicitly Pain's jutsu. Hagoromo is not listed as their user. We could probably assume that he uses them because he's got the Rinnegan and they're just Rinnegan jutsu. But like, let's not try to shuffle this away from Nagato. And let's remember not to take the shit literally, because if we do, the actual scaling becomes totally lopsided for the rest of the series.
Are able to pull.
Karai says you can head a planet and fight on it if it has an illumination. It's like by an entire mission with any light on it. Yeah, I think when again using the last as an example, Toneri and Naruto fight on the surface of the moon, and the only light that's coming on the surface is from the sun in the distance. I don't know if they could actually fight in pitch blackness. I think maybe Naruto can, because he has the ability to sense threats using like Mito's sensing ability, but I think they would probably need some source of light to fight. I don't know if Toneri can. Oh, maybe with the Byakugan he could probably, or the Tenseigan, whatever it's called. I'm sure he could sense Naruto's chakra. Naruto in Sage mode could probably do it too.
Pull in and repel all things in creation. This entry comes from the 4th Databook, which means it's likely referring to the full usage of these abilities rather than the ones we saw Nagato use. To add on to this argument even more, in the 3rd Databook on page 120, it is stated that
the youth is frightened by the infinite depths of power awakened by his eyes. The Second Great Ninja War, this fierce war that embroiled many villages. Yep, Rinnegan. Sure, again, like hyperbolic statement, right? He's frightened by the infinite depths of power awakened in his eyes. Do we really think that Nagato himself knows that his eyes have infinite like AP or whatever? Does Pain himself ever actually demonstrate like infinite levels of power, or can this potentially be a little hyperbolic? You know,
the Rinnegan has infinite depths of power, which just makes the position way more consistent.
Well, what would make that more consistent is that would make the statements about Pain previously, like Nagato being the user of those two jutsu, more consistent. because there were descriptions of Nagato, not of Hagoromo, and like the user listed was Nagato, not Hagoromo. And now, if we take this statement literally, that's just more evidence for the idea that pain has that scaling. So again, like maybe for the purposes of this video, that would still be consistent with his argument. But going back to like all the other shit that he's talked about like Kakuzu versus pain, what that means is that Kakuzu is going up against somebody who has infinite depths of power, which is why he doesn't want us associating these jutsu with Nagato himself, but he kind of did it anyway, right? Because this is a description of kid Nagato after he awakened the Rinnegan for the first time, let alone adult Nagato, let alone, yeah. So.
That the Rinnegan has infinite depths of power.
It do not.
Which just makes the position way more consistent. In the third data book on page...
In the supreme eye that appears in chaotic times, will it bring creation or destruction? 6 paths of pain, which shares the vision. Ocular jutsu said to have been best by the founder of Shinobi. Rinnegan, characterized most notably by the ripple pattern that spreads in the eye, is considered the most sublime of the 3 ocular jutsu. Possessor of this eye, said to be the creator of all ninjutsu, mastered every one of the five great changes in nature. He is either a god of creation who subjugates the world, or a god of destruction who reduces everything to nothing. Right. So this is from the third data book. This is from the Jiraiya fight. You know, when the animal path pulls out this Anko over Tsunade. Anko is one of my favorites, man. I'm not gonna argue with you about that. Anko is like one of my favorites. Has always been one of my favorites. I really am disappointed by the lack of additional screen time for her. So I'm not even gonna dispute that. You can just have that one. Yeah, I don't know if bye-bye means that you're leaving. No worries. I really appreciate you stopping by. It's a great discussion, great questions. So thanks very much. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Yeah, Anko's the best, especially in part 1. She's just so fucking unhinged. She's great. 1 second. Yeah, I gotta reset this. Okay. So remember, shit, I don't know if I still have the page up, but remember we were just talking about this a little while ago about how the Hagoromo was thought to potentially be a god of destruction or creation, but that was just like Jiraiya talking about the reputation associated with him, and we like explained that in the context of like the myths and of the like history surrounding these characters, right? So again, I'll just refer back to that, and I'll say that this is basically reading as a paraphrase of those things. And this is Jiraiya when he's still, this is happening at the time Jiraiya is fighting pain, where he still has no idea, you know, where that pain even has a singular body, or that it is literally Nagato. So again, this is not to be taken literally. This is a description of the reputation and the myth surrounding the Sage of Six Paths, but it does not accurately describe these characters. If it were to be describing anyone, it would be describing Nagato, and I don't think that we want to agree here. Even I, who like Nagato is one of my favorite characters, and I want to see him do well, so to speak, but even I am not going to argue that Nagato is a god of destruction and that he can't be stopped. There's nothing he can do, right? There's nothing he can't do, rather.
313, Hagoromo is directly stated to be a god of creation who subjugates the world, or a god of...
I'm noticing a trend also that he tends to provide chapter and page numbers and book numbers for things that support his argument, but then tends not to do so when he's, you know, like for those novel statements or whatever, not providing a page number or a chapter number or anything like that, for things that doesn't support his position. Just noticing that trend. No further commentary at this time.
Of destruction that can reduce everything to nothing, which is very similar to the Databook statement for Kaguya mentioned earlier.
Yeah, but also, we don't actually ever see Hagoromo do that, and we don't also ever see, what's his name? Nagato ever do that, right? So yeah, cool. These jutsu have that reputation associated with them. People view these deities, these demigod type figures, as having those abilities, but diegetically, realistically, actually, we don't ever see them do anything like that. Hagoromo's not going around reducing everything to nothing. Like, what the fuck?
Here. Now let's talk about the creation of all things. Jutsu, for starters, is said to be a...
Okay. I guess it makes sense to read all this. So let's just take a moment. Starting on the left, by administering imagination and the spatial energy which forms the basis of yin power. He would create shape and form from nothingness by administering vitality and the physical energy, which forms the basis of yang power. He would breathe life into that. Oh, yeah, this is the stuff that we already talked about before. But let's still read it, make sure that we're seeing everything in contents. Yin release, which can create form out of naught, and yang release, which can instill life into that form. Yep. Deftly manipulating these two properties, the sage of six paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, developed the creation of all things jutsu. Okay, so creation of all things jutsu is a jutsu, and he developed the jutsu by learning how to manipulate those properties. He learned how to figure out how to work and manipulate those things, and that led him to develop this technique. Okay. He likewise created the 9 bodies of the Biju from Ten Tails chakra, making them another gift of yin and yang release. So he didn't spawn the 9 tails, he didn't spawn the 10 tails, he didn't write the 10 tails out of existence. He took existing chakra and then he used this ability that lets him manipulate fundamental forces to split it up. He's not creating or destroying energy, he is dividing it and manipulating it. Later, the Uchiha clan would tend to inherit the power of yin release, while the Senju would tend to inherit the power of yang release. The secret jutsu that created all things from naught. It literally didn't, though, because he was born into the world. He didn't create everything for nothing. Here we will attempt to analyze the primal properties of the mysterious yin and yang release jutsu. Cool. Now, this part we can read over here. Since it's larger, it's easier to read. On the bottom left, to elaborate yin and yang release, which doesn't belong to the 5 elemental nature transformations, is often used in an elementary fashion. For example, the Akimichi clan uses yang release to increase their body mass, and the Nara clan uses yin release to stretch and alter their shadows. In this way, even if they aren't Uchiha or Senju, Shinobi harness chakra, and so doing harness the basis of jutsu, which is most certainly rooted in... Okay, so like this is saying that yin and yang style are still part of the world. It's not just that Hagoromo can use them. Other people have learned to use them since. But it was the basis of all ninjutsu before it was kind of like spread out, right? And then Naruto says, having gained Hagoromo's power, Naruto is able to perfectly demonstrate the power of yin and yang release. Okay, so here it says Naruto is able to perfectly demonstrate the power of yin and yang release. And what he did here was he healed Kakashi's eye, and he also restored Guy back to life. So if the idea here is that having access to yin and yang release lets you basically do whatever you want, like you can tear everything in reality down to nothing, or build things from nothing back up to whatever you want, then Naruto here should be able to just like erase Kaguya, or at the very least erase Black Zetsu, or erase the entire world that she's in. Like, he should have an understanding of the fundamental principles of life itself, right? So he could make any kind of reality he wanted that were more advantageous to himself. And even if he was too dumb to realize that, like, Sasuke and Kakashi should be able to do so too. So which makes more sense? Like, he's just able to use the power of yin and yang release to do extraordinary feats like restoring life, or he can literally just like split up the Kaguya into 9 more, like that. So yeah, if he could actually do this, he could just like split up the chakra of the Biju that are inside Kaguya and like rip him out. But he has to put in a lot of effort to get close to being able to do that, and it's more implied that it's about his ability to resonate with the Biju and have his chakra connected to them than his ability to use yin yang release to do it, right? So okay, and then finally here, Shikamaru is using shadow possession to grab onto Kinkaku. I think it's Kinkaku, right? Not Gin. Traces of yin and yang release can be found in certain hidden ninjutsu. You may therefore wonder whether the Uchiha and Senju can harness the power of yin and yang release. The answer is no. For example, even though the Sharingan can be said to create form out of naught, you will find that Genjutsu primarily falls within the realm of yin release. There are also many shinobi clans that have inherited the hidden ninjutsu. So this is very interesting, right? When we start to talk about the Izanagi later on, about creating reality from illusion or vice versa, it's not doing the same thing. So it's similar, right? But the Izanagi, Izanami, etc. are not actually creating things out of nothing. They're not really doing that. So that's important to keep in mind. Okay. Sorry, it says he's basically just doing ninja science. Oh, you mean Hagoromo? Yeah. He seems to be imparting a knowledge of the principles of how things work to people and distributing them, and excuse me, I'm sorry, empowering people via that understanding. Pretty good guy. One second. Okay. Let's continue.
better version of Danzo's Izanagi, which can turn illusion into reality.
Okay, well, it's kind of funny that he says that while there's a thing on screen right here that says the Sharingan can be said to create form out of naught. It's in quotation marks and it's not the same. So that is kind of ironic. But also, I kind of dislike the use of the description of the what did he say exactly?
It's said to be a better version of Danzo's Izanagi, which
the idea that like the creation of all things is a better version of the Izanagi. Like the Izanagi came first, and then of Danzo's Izanagi came first, and then Hagoromo improved on it. And it's clearly the other way around, right? So I don't know. That seems like a weird way to phrase it.
Which can turn illusion into reality. The way in which Danzo does this is by erasing any harmful reality and replacing it with a reality that is beneficial to the user.
Yeah, let's be very, very clear about this. What Danzo is doing is he is rewriting what happened to himself. He's turning his own negative thing from reality into a dream. He's taking something that did happen, right? He's taking physical events or whatever and rewriting those events as if they had been a dream and had been part of imagination. Hagoromo takes imagination and infuses it with chakra, so to speak, to make it into reality, and Danzo is taking reality and infusing it with chakra, so to speak, in order to rewrite an event that just happened. But that doesn't mean that he's outputting the energetic equivalent of an entire universe to do so, obviously, right? And the purview and the range of this ability seems very limited. He's only rewriting things that happen to himself, as far as we can tell.
This is supported by Itachi's description of the jutsu, where it portrays the users of Izanagi as creating branching realities every time they utilize the jutsu.
Okay, so we're spending a lot of time reading,
Of Izanagi.
but let's go over this real quick. So yes, Izanagi. Okay, let's see. The Izanami is set up to take someone who is using Izanagi to change an outcome to benefit oneself and cause them to endlessly circle around in a loop. Okay, so Izanagi is being used to change an outcome, not to rewrite the universe. Just important to understand that. But yes, if I'm Danzo and I have like all of these arms, and Sasuke hits me with a Amaterasu, I undo the Amaterasu, and then Sasuke stabs me, and then I undo the stabbing, and then Sasuke I don't know. Hits me with a Susanoo arrow, I undo the Susanoo arrow, right? So I'm undoing what Sasuke did to me, and I'm also undoing the damage that was done to me, but that doesn't mean like I'm rewriting the entire fucking world to make a version of the world where Sasuke never fired his arrow in the first place. And this is made very clear by the fact that like Sasuke during that fight, as well as like Konan during the fight with Obito when he uses Izanagi, they're always like, they remember everything that happened and they see the change, they see the like quote unquote rewrite happening in front of them. Their entire universe didn't just get rewritten in front of them, just Danzo rewrote himself. Okay, that's a very important distinction to understand. What's his name? Itachi says, of course, since the Izanami is a jutsu means for stopping the Izanagi, there's an escape route built into that loop as well. It's to stop you from taking the easy way out, from avoiding inconvenient outcomes. Let's see, I think I still have the Danzo fight pulled up here. We already kind of went over it, but yeah, an ultimate genjutsu. So that's the thing too, is it's a genjutsu, right? It's an illusion, and it's an illusion that's kind of blurring the lines between fantasy and reality. You use the genjutsu on yourself. That is the important thing here. You're not casting the genjutsu on the universe. You're not casting the genjutsu on other people. You're casting it on yourself and tricking yourself into thinking that what you just experienced was a hallucination, was a fantasy, right? So your body rewrites itself to conform with the reality, to change itself to be in accordance with a different version of reality, quote unquote. But it's you changing yourself. It's you changing your own body. It's you affecting your own mind. It's the ultimate mind over matter jutsu, right? Let's see if, I think I had the Obito thing up here, right? So for example, this is in chapter 510, and Obito here is falling down into the paper C that Konan has prepared for him. obviously has paper bombs all over his body, and uses Izanagi to get out of this endless, well, not endless, it lasts for 10 minutes, this continuous string of explosions. Now, Conan sees this, he sees everything that's happening, she's exhausted, right? She's still wounded, and the environment is affected by it, and then Obito shows up, and all of those things are still true. He didn't rewrite the entirety of reality. He didn't rewrite it so that Conan never placed those bombs there. He didn't rewrite it so that, like, the bombs were all duds or something. He didn't even, like, make it so that Conan was docile or incapable of hurting him or anything. Like, he didn't rewrite the damage to his arm that he had before, right? Or the damage to his mask or anything like that. He didn't rewrite every aspect of reality that he wanted to. He literally just broke off that part of his eye, that part of his mask, so that he could use the Izanagi to trick himself into thinking that everything he was experiencing was an illusion, and then make that real for himself. Okay? Let's read what he says. The Izanagi and the Uchiha Forbidden Jutsu, where in exchange for losing sight in that eye, user can tie illusion and reality together, an ocular genjutsu that only those who possess both Uchiha and Senju powers can perform. And then, yeah, it goes on to talk about this stuff over here, which we already discussed. Jutsu that can make fantasy reality, that is the Izanagi. Except that's not really what he's doing. Actually, he's making reality into fantasy. Again, like, it shouldn't require this elaborate of an explanation. It's just a genjutsu. But, also, Obito's kind of full of shit, but that's getting off topic. Sorry, it says, it'd be weird if Danzo just got to make a bunch of pointless timelines just to die in different ways. This sounds like Wolverine time traveling and failing to stop Ultron multiple times in comics. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, like, it could be that there is some sort of branching timeline underlying, like, mechanism underlying the universe. Like, for all I know, every single time I make a decision in my life, I could be creating a branching timeline, and that could be true for every single person in the world. Maybe that is actually how the universe works. As far as I know, there's no evidence demonstrating that to be the case. And as far as I know, there's no evidence demonstrating that to be the case for Danzo. Even if there's uncertainty here, if we treat each of these things like a hypothesis, like, one hypothesis is that Danzo literally creates an entirely separate universe every time he uses the Izanagi. The other is that it's a genjutsu that is used to rewrite your own body, essentially, right? When something bad happens to you. Which of those two hypotheses is supported by more evidence? Which has more explanatory power? Which one of them actually, like, reflects a better understanding of the different jutsu and how they're presented in the series, right? Even if there are branching timelines, it's not something that Naruto's ever really discussed, especially in, like, Shippuden. Now, I understand that there's some people who think branching timelines were introduced in 2 Blue Vortex, but that's 2 entire series in the future. We can talk about that separately. I disagree with that interpretation, but even if that were the case, that's not something that is, it's like a decade later compared to what Danzo is talking about here. You can retcon things, it could be that that's canon, but nothing here, based on this knowledge, leads us to that conclusion, in my opinion.
He has created branching realities every time they utilize the jutsu. In the manga, it is stated
Okay, we went over this stuff before, right?
that the creation of all things turns imagination into reality, and it is also stated that the Izanagi is the practical application of the creation of all things.
Yep.
So with this group of statements, it's pretty easy to say that anytime someone activates the Izanagi, they are creating real physical realities that overwrite the previous one, and all of this is done simply with genjutsu.
Yeah, but that's not actually what's happening. Again, like, Danzo is just changing what happened to his body. But even if I were to concede this, at the end of the day, using an ability that, like, causes another universe to spawn, like another branching timeline to spawn, doesn't seem to me to have any practical application to a fight or to, like think about what the implications of that statement would be, right? This would mean that Danzo is universal, right? If we're trying to pull this back into the conversation of Naruto characters being universal in general, then, like, Danzo is a universal level character, which means that Sasuke at that point, what is it, Taka Sasuke at this point, is also universal, and any character who scales to Taga Sasuke would also have to have some universal AP or DC feat or something like that, right? Because otherwise, it's just, or be able to output universal levels of energy and then contend with that in some sort of a practical combat scenario. Does that really make sense? Does it really make sense to look at Danzo as being universal? I don't I don't really think so. It's much more consistent to just look at it as he has the ability to reshape his own form and his life force and his soul and his body and whatever else using an illusion to reality technique. Like okay, so Naruto is able to basically bring back a guy from the dead by fixing his body by touching him, and what he's using to do so is light and shadow technique, right? He's using yin yang release to do that. So if the eye, when it's using Genjutsu here, if the Mangekyo is capable, or is it even the Mangekyo that's doing it? Whatever version of the ocular jutsu is being used. No, they don't have Mangekyo, right? So, when he uses Izanagi, he's using light and shadow in order to manipulate his own life force and bring himself back to life. That's consistent with what we see Sage of Six Paths doing, Sage of Six Paths Naruto doing, and that doesn't require any of these like ridiculous leaps into Danzo being universal, but it does let him manipulate his own body, his own chakra, his own life force, however he wants to. Note, I mean, like, what's the other thing? He doesn't change the position of the Susanoo. He doesn't change the position of the arrow. He doesn't make it so that the arrow was never fired. He doesn't even make it such that, like, he was never hit by the arrow, right? Because there's still, like, blood on the ground. Or maybe not here. But I bet if we go through the fight and look for instances of him, like, creating damage to the environment and, like, bleeding and, like, dropping shit on the floor, then, it would also probably be the case that he's still having tangible effects on the world around him, even though he's doing this rewriting. And yeah, so that's the other thing, right? Like, the way that the Izanagi works is that you turn it on and then it records for a certain period of time, and then when you turn it off, anything that happened over the duration of that recording, right, like, she's, like, literally counting down, would be reversed. So if that were the case, like, the damage to the tapir should be reversed as well. The damage to the environment should potentially be reversed as well. Like, any blood splatter that happened on the ground should be reversed as well. That doesn't really seem to be what's happening. It's just he himself is, and also, I mean, I know that this was clearly not Kishimoto's intention, or how can that's a better way of putting it. I think Kishimoto wanted there to be specific limitations on the ability and not have it be used as, like, this incredibly gimmicky, hacky thing. But, like, if you use Izanagi on one eye, and then you have another eye be depleted while the first one is active, then wouldn't that also cause the second eye to have its state rewritten? Like, so if I have two eyes open, right, and I turn one eye on to, like, save me from getting punctured, but then I turn the second eye on in order to negate the first eye's, becoming expired or whatever, then I should be able to use each Sharingan to rewrite the expiring of each other Sharingan, and basically, as long as I have two, maybe three, I can just keep on using the Izanagi over and over and over again by, like, restoring them each time. Right, something like that. But that doesn't make sense either. Like, the ability has clear limitations, clear drawbacks. Anyway, Saria says that he couldn't even do it completely. His foot is, like, destroyed. Yeah, exactly. It's okay for things to have limits. Like, I don't. Yeah, like, why not just give himself, like, a full health potion restore, like, put himself back to full stamina, full chakra. Yeah, though, that's the other thing too, is that Karin keeps saying that his chakra keeps dropping, right? So why not restore himself to a state where, like, his chakra was back at full after every single time? It's because the jutsu has limitations. Anyway,
Genjutsu, like the Tsukuyomi, have been shown to create incredibly done simply with Genjutsu. Genjutsu, like the Tsukuyomi, have been...
I actually like cringe every single time he says Tsukuyomi. I don't know. I still don't know, like 3 years later, what the fuck a Tsukuyomi is supposed to be. I know what the Tsukuyomi is. I never heard of the Tsukuyomi before. I guess it's a new jutsu. Oh, hey, Aloha. How's it going? Thanks for stopping by. Hope your weekend's going well. The song in the background, I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me look it up in a second. I have it written down on my Itachi vs. Pain playlist thing. This is the playlist that's in the background on the Itachi vs. Pain video with some light changes. I believe it is called I think it's called Samurai Summer off of No More Heroes OST. Oh no, that's not the right one. I'm not sure. Is it Hydro Prime? I had like a huge list of video game OST stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it like super quick here, but yeah, if you go to my channel and you go to the videos section and you look for the Misunderstanding Pain vs. Itachi video, if you click in the description, you scroll down past all the time codes and everything to music used. All the music I used is there, and I think wait 1 second, it might be this one, but yeah, you can feel free to take a look and go through those. I think it might have actually changed a couple of them, but this one. Might have been that one. But yeah, all the tracks are there. They're just out of order. Sorry. Saria says I need to play more No More Heroes. Oh yeah, it's crazy. It's off the wall. But it's a lot of fun. The second one too, Desperate Struggle, is really good. They made another one recently that I guess is like more of a like an isometric action game that felt very different. But the original two were a lot of fun. My favorite part is that you have a little cat in the first game that you can play with, and in the second she's like gained a lot of weight, and so there's like a mini game that takes place over the course of the game where you like do a little exercise for her, and you know, you get her to play and like you change her diet, and so it's great to go back and forth between being like a bloodthirsty killer on a rampage essentially, but then come home and just like play with your cat and help her get in shape. It's really cute.
Shown to create incredibly vast mental worlds, such as the time Itachi used it on Yashiro in the Itachi novel, where he...
Okay, again, like, please, for the love of God, just put a page number or something so that we can look this up. I think I had tried to Google this at one point, like, the second Mangekyo Sharingan of that night invited Yashiro into an unnatural darkness. Right, so, well, maybe. Hang on a second. Okay, I was able to find it pretty quickly, actually. I guess it's not that big of a deal. But it's just sort of like a common courtesy thing. Let's see. Unnatural. Oh, wait. Okay. So, Dark Book of Night, Chapter 6, Part 6. Like a Mangekyo Sharingan that night invited Yashiro, crucified on a cross sitting in the center of a dark ocean. Yep, this seems right. And then looks like I haven't actually looked into this. I don't know if it's correct or whatever, but this also came up. Naruto Shinden Volume 2, Itachi Shinden Book of Midnight Viz. So yeah, this should be easy enough to find it. Anyway, what's happening here is he's just describing basically the same thing that Itachi does to Kakashi in part 1, which I think I had up, maybe? Yeah. So, just as a brief refresher, I mean, I'm sure we're all familiar with this, but they're fighting, and Kakashi, like, makes the mistake of looking into his eye, and Itachi refers to this as Tsukuyomi, the nightmare realm. Only someone with Genkai and a Sharingan can stop me. And then he transports Kakashi, quote unquote, transports him to this area where he's crucified, and then he gets stabbed by swords for like 3 days. And it looks like there are infinite Itachis in all directions. In the anime, I think it's even more vivid because there's like a bunch of rolling hills, and you can see them stretching out into all different directions. He says, in the Tsukuyomi dreamscape, I completely control time, space, and even all substance. But I mean, like, let me just ask, do we actually think that Itachi created an entire universe and then brought Kakashi into that universe and then literally created infinite physical copies of himself, and that were literally infinite in this infinite universe, and then stabbed Kakashi? Or do we think this is like a Genjutsu that's a dream, that's that, you know, is basically a technique that's being used to cause Kakashi to have a hallucination, and that Itachi is manipulating his psyche in order to experience this, right? I'm pretty sure that it's very well established. I'm not pretty sure. I'm certain that the fact that the Tsukuyomi is established as a Genjutsu is extremely well documented, so to speak, thoroughly throughout the series. It's a Genjutsu. It's an illusion. He's not literally creating a universe, and there are not literally infinite copies of himself, physical copies. It's entirely happening within Kakashi's head. If anything, this would make Kakashi universal rather than Itachi, if that's the implication, because it's Kakashi's brain who's actually like generating the world. It's just like, well, I don't know, actually that might kind of be a little bit trickier, because I'm sure that Itachi is like putting some chakra into Kakashi's mind, like he's fooling his sensory pathways using his own chakra to manipulate him. So maybe not, maybe that doesn't work. But either way, it's an illusion, it's a dream, it's not real, right? I don't know why there's still so much confusion about this, but anyway. Floydy Joseph, hey, how's it going? Thank you so much for stopping by and checking out the screen. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that right, Floydy, or is it Fluty? Fluty Joseph. Gurren Lagann, the best How anime. I think Gurren Lagann is one of my favorites. It's definitely, honestly, like, that is one anime where characters are very clearly galactic and you know, multi-galaxy level, like approaching universe level, because they're towards the end they're literally like throwing galaxies at each other. It's crazy. I love how that series escalates. I love just how much raw emotion there is. The art style, the animation, the sound design for those climactic moments, the sound of the that plays like during the intro theme of the like drill powering up is just so iconic. It's such a great series. But yeah, it's definitely amazing. Joseph Saria says, do we know the Japanese? Cameron was looking into the novels and found out some of the weird stuff for Kakashi that gets used isn't even in the Japanese version of the novels. You know what? I'm gonna order one after this, and I'll let you know. I don't know where to find the raws, but for the other stuff that I've asked to be translated, I just got a copy off of eBay. I have the third data book. I have the Boruto, like a couple of the novels and stuff, but I haven't gotten the Itachi ones yet. But I will try to get them. Honestly, you know, at some point, if I can get my scanner out of storage, I should just go through and scan a bunch of them in if I can't find them. It might be worth asking in the translation requests channel to see if anybody else has already done that. But unfortunately, I don't. Either way, you know, the thing is, I did try to look this up in the wikis and stuff, and it was kind of hard to find references to exactly where in the story this happened. But even if we do assume that it did happen, it's just the same thing that happened in here, right? Like, the Tsukuyomi is called the Nightmare Realm. It brings people to a Nightmare Realm. The Nightmare Realm is an illusion. It's a Genjutsu. Happens in the brain of the person experiencing it. And I'm harping on this a little bit too because fucking in the swag debate, he argued that Itachi, he didn't say he was universal, but he did say he created infinitely sized 4D time spaces and put them in the brains of other people. Like, he thinks that's, like, even as of a year ago, he thinks that's how Genjutsu work, is like you don't just like trick somebody else into experiencing an illusion. You literally create an entire universe and put it in their brain. And he likened it to Gojo's Infinity, which is like a completely different thing. But yeah.
He created infinite copies of himself to stab Yashiro. In the second data book, in the Tsukuyomi entry, it describes...
Again, where's a Tsukuyomi coming from? So fucking bizarre. An inner hell isn't... Okay, so first of all, it's a Genjutsu, right? That's the first thing that's said about it, is that it's a Genjutsu. An inner hell as eternal as heaven and earth. If we take this literally, again, an inner hell as eternal in heaven and earth, is it really? Is the... First of all, is earth actually eternal? Is heaven something that exists in the Naruto universe the way that we would understand this term in the West? And is hell, is an inner hell really accurately described as being as eternal as heaven? Is the Tsukuyomi realm that Itachi creates literally as eternal as heaven? Or is this hyperbole? Is this another example? The answer is yes. Is this another example of using flowery, creative, poetic language to describe the jutsu in the abstract? Because it doesn't all have to be taken literally. It's not, these aren't like scientific treatises or whatever. It's Kishimoto is allowed to describe things with some poetry. The grip held onto the principles of all creation thoroughly annihilates one's heart and soul. Amidst the insight and hypnosis possessed by the Sharingan is a supreme Genjutsu born from the aforementioned hypnosis. Okay, so again, Genjutsu, hypnosis. He's hypnotizing his victim. Originally, people on the face of the earth live bound by limitations like time, gravity, and space, and how people exert their abilities within those restrictions is what separates the victors from the vanquished. But in the mental world, where the caster drags their opponent, the Tsukuyomi Jutsu gives them control over those very limitations. Exactly. It's a mental realm. It's not a physical space. It's entirely ethereal. It's entirely happening within the mind. So, no, it's not a universal creation feat or anything like that. Also, let's listen to how he reads this, and let's pay close attention to the words on screen.
Copies of himself to stab Yashiro. In the second data book, in the Tsukuyomi entry, it describes the jutsu as an inner hell as eternal as heaven and earth, with a grip held tightly on the principles of all of creation, a strange world of infinity, unbound by the limitations of time, gravity, and space. Since this is a...
But what the fuck is he reading there? Like, actually, I looked for this. I'll try it again. A strange world of infinity. Tsukuyomi. Okay, I'm not seeing any results. Oh, I see. Hang on. Maybe. Okay, I think you just cut off the bottom of it. One sec. Okay. So here's the, let me make sure it's coming through. Okay. Yeah, so here is Naruto Versity. Scans the second data book. So he gets up to those very limitations. And then, okay, there's actually a lot more here. Namely, this means that inside the Genjutsu, the physical world's common sense is completely irrelevant and opposing the caster is impossible. Somebody caught into the Tsukuyomi, the language is a little dodgy here, find themselves into a strange world of infinity, their fate entirely lying inside the caster's hands. Sometime they will undergo the torments of hell, and some other time they will be repeatedly shown a horrendous hellish picture of agony and mayhem, with no idea of when either of those will end. As a result, the poor prisoner can only wait until the collapse of their psyches. Even a body made of iron or the speed of light are powerless before this jutsu, which is the reason why it is feared as the most powerful. So this is saying that Tsukuyomi is the most powerful Genjutsu, which, no. Unless we allow for some room for creativity in the description, right? The moment the adversary is exposed to Mangekyo Sharingan, a strange realm as they've never seen before extends before their eyes. In there, the world's principles themselves obey the caster's beck and call. Since attacks in the spiritual realm have no power to physically wound or kill, it bestows an unfathomable amount of mental damage. Unfathomable. The ultimate dojutsu made possible only by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Okay, but we know by the third and fourth data books that it's not the ultimate dojutsu at all. But that's okay. This is data book 2, right? Sharingan is the Kekkei Genkai of the clan labeled as the most powerful. Again, disputable. The Uchiha clan, even among those who have Sharingan, that jutsu cannot be operated without having Mangekyo, which is its culminating point. concurrently, the only ones who can defeat Tsukuyomi are Sharingan possessors, and even then, exclusively the elite shinobi who have reached particularly high degrees of skillfulness. Once could say this is truly a god-given jutsu solely allowed to those blessed with Uchiha blood and prodigious aptitudes. Only those of Uchiha blood does it mean that Sasuke has a chance to break a Tsukuyomi. The phenomena that happen inside the mental realm are entirely the caster's to command, which is to say the images shown or the actions taken be changed according to the opponent in order to yield maximum efficiency. Okay, so a couple of things. First of all, there are several statements in this long-ass entry to the effect that the Mangekyo is the ultimate Genjutsu, and the Sharingan is like the ultimate eye and stuff like that, and this is the culminating point, etc., which we know are invalidated later on by the elaboration of the Rinnegan stuff. The Rinnegan hasn't been introduced here; it's not being evaluated here. We also know about stuff like the Kodo Matsukami get introduced later on, etc. So I find the fact that this is not included, we don't get the full page here, to be kind of on point. Because if we did get the full page, then we would start to look and see, oh, look, there's other things here that are inaccurate. So I guess maybe we should be more skeptical towards this whole section. Instead, we just get this, which is like 1/5 of the entire amount of content here. This was cut off, and it feels kind of dishonest to me to do so. The second is that there are several mentions here of this being a mental realm and being related to like psyche and stuff like that. Mental damage being suffered, no power over like physicality, no power to actually kill people inside the mental realm. It's purely mental, etc. It also describes this as being god-given, right? So truly a god-given jutsu. There's a bunch of stuff in here that I feel was omitted deliberately, which is kind of shitty. But more to the point, let's listen one more time to what he actually says.
Eternal as heaven and earth, with a grip held tightly on the...
It doesn't say with a grip held tightly, does it? It says the grip held onto
principles of all of creation, a strange world of infinity.
Okay, so he gets over here and then adds a period, essentially, ignores this for some reason, and then jumps ahead from here to a strange world of infinity.
The unbound by the limitations of time, gravity, and space.
Let's see, unbound. It's probably right in front of me, isn't it? Oh no. Okay, so a strange world of infinity, then what the fuck? Okay, so he goes down here and says a strange world of infinity, and then he goes back up here and then takes time, gravity, and space, but changes live bound by people on Earth live bound by limitations like time, gravity, and space. Changes this to unbound by.
Since this is a mental world, it would normally not be too impressive, but when...
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's a very impressive jutsu. But yeah, so he cuts off the vast majority of this stuff, leaves out information that would be, useful and provide more context, splices together different sentences, and doesn't actually demonstrate to us, like, where that different information is coming from, right? Just, you know what it feels like? It feels like, when you watch videos of I don't know if you guys have seen the H-Bomber guy video where he talks about all these instances of YouTube plagiarism. It feels like when the people that he called out, like James Somerton or whatever, would go through, or like what the fuck was that guy's name? Internet historian, would go through and basically be like, amidst the insight and hypnotizing effect possessed by the holder of the Sharingan is a supreme genjutsu technique born from the before-mentioned hypnotizing, right? Just go through and change a few of the words to try to make it your own and hide the fact that you're plagiarizing it. But this is the thing you want to quote directly, right? This isn't just like somebody else's work that is like a paragraph on a wiki or something that you're paraphrasing, which would be one thing. You actually want to get this verbatim, right? You want to get this as accurate as possible because this is essentially like a jutsu dictionary. So what is with the splicing? What is with the shuffling here? It's really weird. And I guess you could say if it was just paraphrasing, that's one thing, because as long as you're retaining the same basic meaning, then it's fine. I think you should paraphrase things. It helps demonstrate that you understand it, and it helps kind of explain things in a slightly different light. It can be very useful. But cutting stuff like this out, people on the face of the earth live bound by limitations, and then just saying like time, gravity, and space don't work, it's kind of removing some context about how the user of the jutsu actually manipulates those things within the dream realm, right? So I don't know. The gist is there, I guess, but the way it was achieved was really slapdash. Just fucking weird. Just show the full fucking thing. It's not that long. You know, maybe it's a little arrogant of me, but after I did the Itachi versus Pain video, and I really tried to show as many clips as I could from the data books, I feel like I have... Part of the reason why I wanted to do that, as petty as it might sound, is so that I feel like I had earned the right to be able to whine when other people don't do this, because it is annoying. It does take a long time. It takes effort to actually format stuff and to get the screenshots and organize them and make them look good on screen. It takes effort, right? But like, also, I know from direct experience that it's not that hard. It's totally doable. And like, if I managed to do it in CapCut, knowing nothing about editing, like video editing, then I don't see why somebody who's like been doing it for years and years shouldn't be able to just like copy the whole fucking text. Am I being unfair? Am I being unreasonable? I don't think so.
Taking into consideration that the users of Izanagi can turn imagination and illusion into reality, this...
Yes. Rewrote reality. Yeah. That's what Black Setsu is saying. And that's fine. We can take that into consideration. But again, thinking about the actual practical application of what's happening, he rewrote his own reality. He rewrote his own like body, his own life. It doesn't mean that he just like used his eye to create an entirely new parallel universe.
Becomes much more applicable to scaling. This directly ties back...
I think you're being completely fair to me. Thank you. I thought so too. But I get, you know, it's good to hear the feedback.
Back into a statement mentioned earlier for Kakashi and Kaguya, as she's doing the exact same thing.
No, oh my god.
Write the world in an instant and make it reality. This is just like Genjutsu.
No, it doesn't say this is just like Genjutsu. He says this really is like Genjutsu. And that is a very subtle distinction. But saying that, you know, this is just like something means that for all intents and purposes, it is basically the same thing. But saying this really is like Genjutsu, again, subtle, means that it is highly similar, but it does not imply that it's the same. Right? And again, taking this out of context, not showing all the other instances of things that Kakashi says, he is very, very fucking clear that it is not a Genjutsu. He figures out immediately that it's not a Genjutsu. It's actually much more powerful than a Genjutsu. What Kaguya is doing is way cooler, I guess, that's subjective, but like way more impressive within the Naruto universe to other characters in terms of the magnitude of her jutsu, because whereas Itachi is just fooling Kakashi's brain into thinking that he's in another realm, or dragging him into a mental realm, if you want to phrase it that way, Kaguya is literally shifting the entire space that they're in, over and over and over again. She is basically doing a real Tsukuyomi, although not to the same extent. It's not literally infinite or whatever. But, yeah, I guess you could say this is the practical application of the Tsukuyomi in a certain sense. So no, this is not a Genjutsu. Calling it a Genjutsu would be downplaying Kaguya's accomplishments.
On top of this, in the fourth Databook, the creation of all things is referred to as a secret jutsu that created all...
I think we read through all this before.
...all things from naught, which means that the creation of all things, when used at its highest potential, can rewrite the universe from nothing.
I don't know if that makes any sense at all, because maybe in principle, like in theory, the creation of all things could be used to reassemble and rewrite the entire universe, but we just haven't seen any character really demonstrate that or do that. Like, if we think in practical terms, what is the actual, like, greatest creation / rearrangement feat that's ever been done with the creation of all things? It's probably one of Kaguya's dimensions, which haven't been demonstrated to be universal in size yet. So I'm not seeing how, even at its most, like, what did he say exactly?
All things, when used at its highest potential.
at its highest potential, we're just speculating about what its highest potential might be, right? He is describing the principle behind it, but at the same time, what character do we ever actually see use it to its highest potential, right? Let me try this as an analogy. It's a little clunky, but like the Kamehameha is an energy blast. At its highest potential, the Kamehameha could blow away everything in the entire universe. Now, in Dragon Ball Z, like not talking about Super or whatever, in Dragon Ball Z, Goku in Super Saiyan, or like Vegito, or I know people were upset when I said that before. Gogeta, Vegito, whatever the correct term is probably the strongest character in the series, right? So at that point that we see. So does that mean that because they are the strongest character and that the Kamehameha in principle could blow anything up if it were strong enough, that they are actually universal? Or would we have to actually see them doing something on that level? Right? Like, I'm trying to think of another... yeah, I mean, they're all named after vegetables, so yeah. But like... I can't think of any analogies. My brain is cooked. I was gonna say something like, the most... Nah, fuck, I can't. I'm all out of analogies for today. You're just gonna have to do with that. Yeah, but I think that's probably fine, right? Is it like... Or even using like a Naruto example, right? There's a statement I'm sure we could go find about the... how Sasuke's fireball can vaporize anything it touches or something like that, right? And if we take that literally and assume that it does have universal vaporization AP, then you could say, okay, well, this fireball, when used to its highest degree, when it's used in its best way, could vaporize a galaxy. Does that mean that Madara is galaxy level? Right, because Madara is the strongest character in the series up to this point, the strongest character that we ever see using fire jutsu. So can the strongest person use this technique? The strongest person that we ever see use this type of technique, can they actually do that? And obviously not. Like, we'd have to show that in context. So I don't find this compelling at all.
Can rewrite the universe from nothing. The last thing for Hagoromo
also doesn't really make sense. Like, how would you rewrite a universe from nothing exactly? Let's say you're Hagoromo and you want to rewrite the universe and you start from nothingness. First of all, where the fuck are you? Like, where are you existing? What state or plane or dimension or anything are you currently in? And then how do you actually take that nothingness and then turn nothing into an entire universe? How does Hagoromo actually do that? What he's described as being able to do is being able to use light and shadow manipulation, yin-yang release, to manipulate energies with jutsu and reassemble them and reform them into things and breathe life into them. But if he's starting with actual nothingness, then he wouldn't have that energy in the first place to be able to manipulate. So how is he actually literally doing that? How is he creating a universe from nothing? Or is it that those statements in the databooks are hyperbolic and they're referring to specifically the way that he applies yin-yang jutsu, as opposed to him literally creating things out of nothing?
are some statements of him creating.
Like, actually, sorry, I don't know if you want to go off on this tangent right now, but I understand that from a scientific standpoint, from like an astrophysics standpoint, the concept of nothing is actually like a really difficult thing to describe and to grok, and that people like Lawrence Krauss have done some work in that regard, but it's not something that, like, when most people think of nothing, they think of like a big empty space, but that space is still something. And so actually achieving true nothingness is something that's kind of another one of those mind-blowing things that I guess you probably need a certain amount of physics knowledge to really understand.
Creating the world, but these are untrue as the people make
all things
second. When used at its highest potential can rewrite the universe from nothing. The last thing for Hagoromo are some statements of him creating the world, but these are untrue as the people making these statements are likely referring to the 10 Tails in the God Tree, as it is stated in the 4th Databook that a fragment of the God Tree, the 10 Tails, created the universe.
Okay, so he says that there were statements from other people that were made describing the Sage of Six Paths. He doesn't mention, as far as I can see, who those people are or why they're making those statements or what context that we're making those statements in. We together as a group went through and looked at some statements from like Jiraiya and Obito. None of those statements said anything about Hagoromo creating the world. They all described him as being like a monk who discovered chakra and learned how to create ninjutsu and share that. So I don't even know where these where these like ideas of Hagoromo creating the world itself ever came from. Like, who said those? Please tell us. Please show us the quotes. Please let us know who was saying that so we can interrogate their claims. Doesn't really help anybody to just throw statements like that out there. Let's just read this. I don't think we need all that right now. Let's read the stuff on the right, and then probably going to wrap up in a minute here. The nine-tailed beast received life in this world because of the figure that separated the personification of chakra, the ten tails. Okay, Hagoromo, obviously. Even as individuals, they boast overwhelming power, and the ten tails' power is beyond imagination. During the Fourth Great Shinobi War, it was restored, and its overwhelming power caused despair across the shinobi world. The Ten Tails, which has no concept of emotions, no longer exists or no longer consists of the separate-tailed beasts, okay? With the death of the Sage of Six Paths, who was the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the beast could be released into the world once more. So in order to protect against this, that power was divided into 9. Thus the nine-tailed beasts were born and given names. Okay, so there's nothing here about Hagoromo creating the world. He didn't create the world. Obviously, he was born onto the world. Yeah, that stuff about the Ten Tails seems fine. Saria says, yeah, it's really hard. Like, you can't have a universe with nothing because, like, oh, there's nothing here. There's numbers. Numbers still exist. That concept still exists because there's 0 things. Yeah, it's so weird. I love that stuff. Stuff that's, like, counterintuitive and mind-breaking. I wish I had more neurons available to be able to understand stuff like that better.
True, as the people making these statements are likely referring to the Ten Tails in the God Tree, as it is stated in the fourth Databook that...
Okay, fourth Databook statement. A fragment of the God Tree that gave birth to the universe. Okay, so you could interpret this statement in 2 different ways, depending on like the semantics of it. A fragment of the God Tree that gave birth to the universe would mean that the God Tree gave birth to the universe, and then the God Tree, the universe birther, fragmented off and became the Ten Tails. Or you could argue that it was the Ten Tails, the God Tree made a fragment, and the fragment gave birth to the universe. You see, you can kind of like reverse the subject there, and it's a little ambiguous as to how you interpreted that, which is part of the reason why I went through all that shit about the Ten Tails and the, you know, the fucking grid over here and whatnot. But let's read the statement. The nine-tailed beast received life in this world because of the figure that separated the personification of Ten Tails. Even as individuals, they both... Oh, we just read this. Okay. So, yeah. So this is what he's referring to over here. Okay, we know, especially with Boruto knowledge, that the God Tree didn't create the universe. It landed on the Earth. There's not even just one Ten Tails. Like, the Otsutsuki keep Ten Tails as pets and send them around the universe, right? So, or at least the galaxy. So no, fucking tree didn't create the universe if the tree grew on the planet. And if the Ten Tails is a fragment of the tree, then the Ten Tails didn't create it either. I mean, this is the thing. I understand on the one hand that there's a lot of confusing things about the Ten Tails and about the tree and about all that other stuff. It's kind of ambiguous, and we have different characters kind of contradicting each other over the course of the series. But if you actually read the series, like, it's not hard to figure out that the tree that landed on Earth and grew on Earth didn't create the entire universe, including itself. And that a fragment of that tree, which is basically just like a part of it fused with Kaguya, also didn't create the same universe that they were already inside of. It's like, come on. What are you talking about?
That a fragment of the God Tree, the Ten Tails, created the universe. During this time period, the Ten Tails, Hagoromo, and Kaguya were all often conflated together in legend, but he has the power of the...
Okay, so we are allowed to look at things in legend. Okay. Sorry, I thought we had to take everything... Sorry, I shouldn't be shitty. But, like, yes, okay, this is the first thing that he said in a long time that I actually agree with. Yes, there is legend, there is myth. Some of the stuff that's being stated in these character statements and legends and myths are incomplete and are contradictory. But what you should do, in my opinion, what you should do is, if you're presenting this stuff to the public and potentially earning money from it, is you should try and like look at those contradictory things and piece them together and present like a unified theory, so to speak, a unified model for how all these things work, as opposed to just saying, well, this thing contradicts that and that contradicts that, but I like this one, so this is true. Like, there should be a little bit more nuance there, I think.
The god trained the Ten Tails regardless, as does Kaguya, so this really doesn't make much of a difference.
It makes a huge fucking difference. It makes an incredible amount of difference. There are four completely different characters. The God Tree, the Ten Tails, the Kaguya, and Hagoromo. They're four different characters with different motivations and different roles in the story, and none of them created the universe. It makes a big difference. The order of events, the order of operations, so to speak, the way that they interact with each other, and the way that they affect the universe, yeah, it makes a pretty big difference.
As mentioned previously, the Ten Tails created the universe.
It didn't. Yes, we just saw this same scan like 5 seconds ago, and it also didn't create the universe. You really need to look at things in context and not just take things literally from the data books.
But another important aspect of the statement is the fact that he is also beyond imagination.
Again, hyperbole.
If we look at Obito's description of the creation of all things, he says, Inton shadow-style power, founded upon mental energies that govern imagination, can be used to create form out of naught. And then in the fourth Databook on page 226, it refers to the creation of all things as the secret jutsu that created all things from naught.
Yes, I remember.
Which means utilizing the power of imagination, the universe was formed from nothing. And
that doesn't make any sense when you consider... Okay, well, we already kind of went over that, like about how do you create something from nothing? Where was the thing that was being created doing the creating from? And it's just a misinterpretation of... I mean, like, Obito here doesn't say that the universe itself was created out of nothing. He says that you can use these jutsu to use mental energy to give things form that do not have any form, right? And then you can use physical energies to make those formless things have form by adding physical energy to them. There's nothing in here about like the entire universe being created by imagination or anything like that.
Imagination. If we look at Obito's description of the creation of all things, he says, Inton shadow style, the creation of all things, power of imagination, the universe was formed from nothing. And see,
also the Ten Tails, if the argument here is that the Ten Tails like formed the universe through its own imagination or something, we just saw a description of the Ten Tails as basically being like this stupid rampaging beast. No concept of emotions, no longer consists of the separate-tailed beast. I mean, like, the way that it's presented in the series is like this chaotic, rampaging, wrathful animal, essentially. Do we really think that the Ten Tails was sitting there, like, imagining, like, maybe we should have some sheeps, and there could be sheeps that have, like, fluff to them and be really cute, and I'm gonna imagine them and I'm gonna put them over there, and then maybe we should have like knives because knives are fucking cool, bro. I gotta make some fucking knives and I gotta put those over there. Oh, we need a sun because shit, fuck, everything's gonna be really cold. Okay, hang on, I gotta put a rock over here, a big one, and I gotta put the sun over there, and then shit, I gotta put some people on it because otherwise it's gonna be like really dull, because like what am I gonna eat if there's no people? Like, you really think that the fucking Ten Tails was sitting there imagining things and then just like weaving them together with his imagination? I like that idea. I like the idea of there being like some massive it almost sounds like something like the windfish from fucking Link's Awakening or something like that, where you have this creature who's just dreaming a cosmic dream, and then the dreams are kind of coming to life over time according to its whims and fancies and desires. I like that idea a lot. I don't think that's what the fucking Ten Tails is, especially since we know that there are multiple Ten Tails out there in the universe, and they're just like kept as pets and turned into trees. They're basically used to farm chakra. Really hard for me to think of the Ten Tails just sitting there like dreaming up things to make.
Refers to the creation of all things as the secret jutsu that created all things from nothing. Prove its power is universal as well. Kaguya also has a direct statement of her chakra being far beyond the Ten Tails.
Oh, I think he's trying to argue that since it's beyond imagination, that means that like it can't, the power must be infinite because it's unfathomable or something. But again, like hyperbole, you know, nobody on planet Earth, if it is Earth, during the Naruto series could imagine how strong the Ten Tails actually was. That doesn't mean that it is like outer versal or whatever.
Well, Kaguya also has a direct statement of her chakra being far beyond the
God, that honestly, Saria, that's a better argument than anything I've heard in this video so far. I mean, that the Ten Tails is just you know, when he's not being like poked and prodded and harassed by the Otsutsuki, he just kind of hangs out and dreams about stuff, and he makes like chill dreamlands for people to hang out in. I like that.
the Ten Tails, which proves she and Hagoromo would scale to this, along with the fact that they're literally Ten Tails Jinchuriki who can create god trees. And the idea
is it ever... Okay, I don't think it's ever stated that Kaguya... Wait, hang on.
Along with the fact that they're literally Ten Tails Jinchuriki who can create god trees.
Okay, so Kaguya during the war becomes a Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Kinda. They're not like sealed inside her in the same way, so I don't know if Jinchuriki is really the right term for that. But let's just say that it is. Like, do we know that she can create god trees? Like, has she ever created a god tree? Like, I'm genuinely asking. I assume that the Otsutsuki have a way of creating the seeds and the fucking... Hang on, I'm trying to think. Well, no, because the god tree that shows up is the Ten Tails that just keeps like going through its evolutions, right, during the war. So, I mean, I'm assuming that the Otsutsuki have figured out how to make Ten Tails, but for all we know, at least all I know, they could be breeding them like animals. Maybe they're created. I don't know if they're like fabricated somewhere. But Hagoromo doesn't ever make a fucking god tree? Like, where is that coming from?
And the idea that the Ten Tails is only a fraction of the god tree easily scales both Kaguya and Hagoromo above that level of power as well.
Well, I don't think that translation is correct, because it's not like the god tree splits up. Well, so this gets tricky, right? Because the god tree itself has all the chakra in it, and then Kaguya eats the chakra, and then she gets super powerful, but so she's probably more powerful than the god tree because she just took all of the chakra out of it, except for whatever it needs to sustain itself. So at that point, she's more powerful than the god tree, and then she fuses with the god tree and becomes the Ten Tails, sort of. So the Ten Tails itself, I guess there's like two versions of the Ten Tails. There's one when it first shows up on a planet, or like the one, yeah, that that Jigen is keeping, right? So there's like the sort of base Ten Tails form, and then that Ten Tails form eventually grows into a god tree, and then there's like the hybrid god tree minus fruit plus Kaguya version of the Ten Tails as well. So it's kind of messy, honestly.
That will be the end of the easily scales both Kaguya and Hagoromo above that level of power as well. That will
wait, I don't understand.
Jinchuriki who can create god trees. And the idea that the Ten Tails is only a fraction of the god tree easily scales both Kaguya and Hagoromo.
Yeah, it's not... It sort of depends. It's like one version of the Ten Tails is like a prototype of the god tree, and another is actually stronger than the god tree itself because it's Kaguya. Well, I don't know, because like when Kaguya does that, she loses some of her chakra to Hagoromo and Hamura as well. So I don't know, that there doesn't seem to be like a linear scaling there.
Hagoromo above that level of power as well. That will be the end of the Kaguya and Hagoromo sections, and we will now segue into just some more miscellaneous universal statements.
Okay, so seems like a good place to stop. I'm going for about 4 hours, and I think that's pretty much it. My goal for today was to try to help establish the Otsutsuki like lineage and how they relate to the god tree and the Ten Tails and how all that connects. I think we did a pretty good job of going over all that stuff. I really appreciated the discussion. I think there was some great back and forth. I think I saw some new faces in chat. I really appreciate you guys checking out the stream. As always, let me know in the comments if you have any suggestions or questions that you want me to cover for next time. I think it'll probably be 2 streams left based on the rate that we're doing, although I'll try to keep a pretty brisk pace next time. So mostly, though, pretty soon we're going to start talking about the, there's this little miscellaneous section that won't take too long to get through, and then there's the Road to Ninja movie, and then I think a couple of other pieces of side material like that to go over. We'll have a discussion about Madara's motivations and like who he is as a character. What kind of there's a little bit about Toneri in here as well. What motivated Madara to kind of like fight through the war and all that. So I'm looking forward to all that. Next Thursday we'll probably have the last of our Dark Souls 2 main game streams with whatchamacallit, Night Rain on the horizon. Looking forward to getting a chance to delve into that world and see what that's all about. And still have the Elden Ring stuff to go through, so still a lot of content in the next few months. As for Naruto, I think since the second most highly voted topic was to do something completely different other than this video, I think I'm gonna do one on like light speed scaling and databook statements. Maybe 2 separate streams, or maybe one combined, because that's one of my other little like dragons to slay. I think is that I disagree with the light speed scaling stuff in Naruto, and I think a lot of it is coming from misinterpretations of databooks. So it can be like I think it would be a fun stream to kind of go over some of the other statements I keep talking about, like, oh, this is why the databooks are hyperbolic, and use the light speed stuff as a catalyst for that. But anyway, happy Mother's Day, everybody. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend and a good start to your week. Thanks for stopping by.